Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Today we initiate day 3 of PMGO North America Season 1 2026, and these finals have been so intense on the first 2 days, but today it's reaching that peak, that summit, and we'll be seeing which team will be crowned your champions, and also we'll be going straight into the PMGO main event Season 1 over in good old Jakarta, Indonesia. My name is Maxman, joined by the one and only amazing DK that I'm very jealous of because he has a really cool background and I only have a white wall. DK, how are you doing, my man?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm happy to hear you didn't say you're jealous of my mustache today or something like that. But you know what? I'll take it. The background has served me quite well, you know. But yeah, it's super excited to be here. Of course, day 1 was exciting. Day 2, quite a bit of ramping up happening. So I'm curious to see where day 3 is going to take us.
Yeah, I mean, day 3 is going to take us to the Smash Zone. It's going to get intense today. I was going to call you Jackie. I've been casting with Neptura, you, Jackie. I'm going to mix up names, so if that happens, DK, don't take it personally. It's 1 a.m., okay? So if it happens, it happens. Looking at the participating teams, though, we had, of course, some big names, especially at the top of the rankings. We'll see the rankings very soon as we slowly approach our first match on Rondo. You're looking at the bigger names in this event, DK. Equinox, Wolves, all those guys bringing the heat on those initial 2 matches. Oh, a special 2 days, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely brought quite a bit in on that. I mean, Equinox, of course, going through with that final winner chicken dinner yesterday, really making it sure or more assertive as to who's the team to try and catch. Of course, as you mentioned, right, today Smash rule is in place, so that applies that extra bit of pressure on the squads to see can they do what they need to do to try and catch up. And I'm super excited to see whether or not Wolves could potentially look to contest that. Maybe VIP could have a surprising day here as well, but it is going to be a pretty tough day out on that battlefield here.
Maybe even Alpha 4 Legends could make it happen, but the thing is, if they want to get a Smash, it might take a little bit more than just 2 matches to get into that Smash zone, because at the top, otherwise, we talked about it, right? Team Equinox has got such a massive lead between himself and the likes of Wolves. VIP, Alpha 4 Legends upgrade that we're going to need to see a big boy comeback story if anyone wants to snatch the throne from their hands. Rondo, of course, going to be our first match of the evening here on day number 3 of the PMGO Season 1 NA Finals, followed up by triple Erangels and Miramar. This is your bread and butter when it comes to competitive map rotations. But we do know we're going to have one Rondo. Erangels, we're going to have at least 1 too, because if you do get the Smash on game 1, we have to play 1 Erangel. The Miramars might be missing out fully of the equation, DK, and some teams that are usually really efficient on that map might not even have the opportunity to play at all today.
Yeah, that's going to be quite exciting. I mean, I'm curious to see whether or not, you know, we might be ending a little bit sooner, or if there's going to be an opportunity for us to go that full distance. But you're talking about teams that perform quite well on that, right? A team like Upgrade, they would definitely hope to make it into Miramar, right? Because they've been performing quite well when it comes to that map. So I think if you're in the Upgrade camp, you're going to hope that we stretch it all the way out to the end of the day, all the way to that match number 18. But witnessing a Smash rule victory firsthand, I think that would be absolutely amazing.
Would be absolutely flamboyant right now to see these kind of finishes happen, but it's going to be absolute cinema. So if you're here, guys, get yourself your snacks and your beverages, because this is going to be peak PUBG Mobile Esports of the NA scene coming your way in the very next few minutes. Though MVP ranking also really good change up from Meng in particular. This guy, when it comes to the USA PMNC, was an absolute menace from start to finish. This guy, you did not want to fight him because he would definitely bring the heat every match, it seems like. And good to see him actually perform so well yesterday. He just jumps up in that number 1 rank in terms of MVP ranking with 29 eliminations. So unless Meng has a massive throw today, DK, I think that men might be just securing that award at the end of today.
Yep, I have to agree with you on that. It is going to be difficult, even for his teammate, to catch up to that, right? Shelby also not doing a bad job at this, right? I mean, that's almost 5k damage, 10 assists, and 24. That's really, really close to what Meng has been able to establish. But we usually see this, right? Once a player gets a good lead, it just becomes so challenging for anybody else to catch up. But it's almost a given as to who's going to be the MVP for the event. And I mean, Equinox, they've just unlocked that consistency, right? 3 winner chicken dinners. It is so difficult to contest that.
It really is going to be so hard to catch up. I mean, for any of the teams or players involved, if you want to play catch up to the players of Team Equinox, your work is going to be cut out for you. So here we go. This is the main graphic we have to pay attention to know exactly what kind of storylines are going to be unfolding in today's potential 6 matches or potential 2 matches or in between. That is going to be the big boy question today, as Equinox a massive lead, DK. 27-point difference between themselves and Wolves, meaning the point threshold is going to be 138 to get into the Smash Zone. So Wolves, if they want to get up there, they would need to get a 37-point game on Rondo, which is not unheard of, but would be insane to see happen, especially as they have all that pressure on their shoulders to get these points on board.
Yeah, it definitely is quite a bit of a gap that some teams have to fill up. But I mean, I'm looking at Alpha 4 Legends, for instance, right? End of day 2, they ended up on points, right? All the way up in second box, of course. But yesterday, Wolves VIP, they really just upped the ante, really focusing on pushing and trying to get as far up that board. And I mean, Wolves, phenomenal jump all the way from that 8th place up in towards 2nd place. And that is the kind of momentum that you need to bring in here. I mean, VIP also doing an absolutely stand-up job, going all the way from that 12th place up into 3rd. So they showed that it is possible for teams to make major leaps. But yeah, are those major leaps going to be happening today? I don't really think so, because everybody is now going to focus and just play with a lot of determination, right? Because we know there's only so much that you can do to try and get yourself up into pole position, because that's the only qualifying slot.
Exactly. I mean, just to highlight your point you just mentioned about VIP, you would have to pull a VIP level comeback if you want to be in contention for that 1 slot for the PMGO main event finals over in Jakarta, Indonesia. And I know every time I keep referencing that tournament, I say it's over in Jakarta, Indonesia, because I really want to go there. It's like a little mini vacation area, and I'm sure that whichever team is looking to qualify is looking to make their way over there, get a bit of a tan in Jakarta, and hopefully be nicely and equipped for it. But yeah, because looking at VIP, what they did yesterday, they went from what position? You said 12th position, right? Up to 3rd. Yeah, they got themselves in day 2 a 4th place, 7 elimination. A chicken dinner, 12 eliminations on Erangel. Then the 2 Miramars, 2nd place, 9 eliminations. 2nd place, 3 eliminations. Oh my goodness. The amount of points secured by VIP in those 4 points alone were just mental. They were so high, up there, high in the stratosphere. And if they can replicate the kind of success today, chances are that catch-up with Equinox is definitely in the cards. So we'll see if any team's going to be holding on to hope as they try and make that ascent to the top of the rankings. As a quick head-to-head is going to be now chucked on your screens, and VIP Esports versus 9Z Global. But in particular, the one highlight stat we need to mention, DK, is those average placement points, 7.2. Is this real? Because this looks like it could be a mistake, but if that is actually accurate, those are crazy numbers from not only just VIP Esports, but also from 9Z Global.
Yeah, I mean, that is some pretty steep figures to be looking at on there. And I'm curious what map it references to. Oh, average placement.
Placement. Like they place 7th in the games. We just had our producer tell us. I thought it was points. I was like, that's kind of crazy, and I was starting to calculate. I was like, "There's no way that's correct." But no. So they rank on average in 7th. Okay. So that's more realistic, at least. So we do have the context now, DK. Great.
Yeah, I mean, well, I can give you another number, 8.3. Right, that is VIP's average when it comes to the map of Rondo, from what we've seen so far. So I'm curious to see just how they're going to look to play that out, because both these teams have 8.3 average, Max. So they are sitting on exactly the same position across the board. VIP, though, they've been able to place a little bit higher. So yeah, I'm curious whether or not they are going to be able to maybe make that count here today, right? Will that help them unlock that extra bit of a push that they need to bring in to not only catch up to where the Wolves are, but surpass them, catch up to Equinox, unlock the smash point, and then get the winner chicken dinner?
Yeah, it's going to be all down to the wire here today to see if they can go a second. Unlock, I don't know, their Nen powers, if they can go Super Saiyan, if they can become the Hokage of the Leaf Village. All the anime references you want, you can go to chuck it your way. But of course, keep in mind, guys, that PMGO is not just top-tier gameplay, it's also top-tier devices, as this tournament and the entirety of PMGO 2026, in fact, is brought to you by the Infinix GT50 Pro. And if you want to get your own, make sure to go ahead and scan that QR code. You'll go straight to the official Infinix website. There you go, DK being very nice for you guys, pointing it for you to check it out. And it does have, by the way, some insane level of water cooling, which Liquid cooling right now is usually, it's a PC feature, DK, and we didn't have it on mobile, but we're having it, and it's Infinite Star true, doing absolute breakthroughs here on the mobile scene.
Yeah, and I mean, if worst things come to worst, right, and you don't know what to do with yourself, you can just sit there and look at the bubbles. Right?
Yeah, I don't think you can see the bubbles.
It moves through the phone. Yeah, because on the back, you can just sit there and go like, ooh, bubbles, right? I mean, you would have to have a very exciting day for that to be what it all boils down to. But there is that feature, right? You can literally see it happen. Of course, it is on that lower end of the device itself. You can see it right on that little picture there, that triangle bit. That's where you can see the water move. So, I mean, if you maybe have a cat, I think cats would also really like moving lights and things like that. Good distraction. So it's a multi-purpose device and it's really good for gaming as well. So really like where all this is going. But as we can see, Max, we're getting ready to hop over into Rondo.
Yep, Rondo is going to be on the menu, so ready to feast your eyes. It's going to be peak PUBG Mobile esports of the North American scene headed your way. With a really cool PMGC playing skin up in the sky. Here we go, match number 1 of Day 3, PMGO NA Finals of Season 1 2026. And we keep in mind, DK, of course, just to set the scene, the Smash ruling is in effect. 138 points. That is how many points you need to not overtake. You just need to even tie, and that will be enough. If you tie it, the next game, you're going to be eligible to Smash. And what that means is not what you're thinking. It means to end the tournament early and become the champions of this event. So along the line for these teams, there's no double plane path. It's just going to be a singular one headed from Tinglong Garden right to the northern edge here on the outskirts of Rondo.
Yeah, I mean, not a bad start. I mean, we have seen the teams really like to go into Danqing, also sometimes up into Yulin as well. So they, of course, are going to be able to access all of those positions. And I'm pretty sure we're going to have factory and test track, right, be a nice focal point for the teams to move into as well. But it's going to be go time. And if there's an opportunity for teams to make up points, this is exactly that match, right? So if the Wolves want to catch up to Equinox, you can see the stats right there, right? They have an average of 12.5 eliminations on this map. So if there's anybody that could stand to capitalize, it would most definitely be the Wolves. So the pressure is going to be on and pretty high expectations as well.
Oh, I was going to say, this is so bad for Cole. He's just got himself an M24 and he gets instantly knocked and taken on out. Good start for the likes of Upgrade, though. Havoc OP and Fear got himself 1 eliminations apiece, up to 2 total for the entire squad. An Upgrade, 4th position, right, is a team that realistically is in contention for that championship, for that trophy of this event. So you got to make sure they don't take an L on Rondo in particular. Rondo is just so important today, DK, realistically, because it sets the pace for Equinox. Can they get in a smash in game 1 and kind of look to end the tournament early and maybe have a target on their back for the rest of today? Or will teams like Wolves, VIP, Upgrade, AFL make that big comeback and get the inflated eliminations you can get on Rondo in their backpack, in their pockets, everything where they can store it, hopefully, and catch up to the likes of our big boys of Team Equinox. This is going to be an important match, so of course, those teams should get involved in these early hot drops to hopefully get a portion of those inflated early eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, as you were talking about Equinox, right, that smash is going to be 138. It's 10 points ahead of what they currently have. So for them, it's a very easily accomplishable goal at this point, and I'm pretty sure that is exactly what they will aim to push for as Wolves now. I mean, I think this game is going to be a super, super important one, especially for the survivability of Wolves. But Baton is going to get taken on out of here. Upgrade looking to play the upset here. I'm pretty sure they don't know those are the Wolves over there, but I think they will be very satisfied when they find out that it in fact was.
You know what, DK, before we get into the meat and potatoes of this fight, do you like Rondo?
Yes.
He's a man of culture. We win. DK's part of the boys. I always like asking, do you guys like Rondo? And some people are like, I don't like it because of the recall towers. And I instantly say, shut up. You don't know anything. It's a great map. It's different compared to Erangel and Miramar. And I think they just forced his teams to play very differently compared to their usual playstyle on the OG maps of PUBG Mobile Esports. Though it's going to be Wolves looking to be in the full sweeping motion, trying to get those eliminations. And so far, getting 4 early points, which is great, again, to close the gap between themselves and Equinox. So Wolves, really good to not only get involved in this early conversation, but also they still have every single player recall, meaning if they get involved in a fight in the mid-game they struggle with and they do lose a few members, they can still go for the full team reset. So far, this is a great initiation from Wolves. Though Upgrade, Their neighbors in the leaderboards are also going to be involved in the factory portion of Neox. And this is going to be quite a hard between the buildings of Wolves and the main factory of Neox Factory. There's a big open area. So, or you just go on the outskirts and wrap around, which actually, as I'm saying that, this is what they're going to be going for, or you just leave entirely. So I would say that this is a fight that is a little bit tough to execute because of that big open crossing, as Molina knocked on out, and I believe will possibly get flushed, as the enemies are literally right next door.
Ooh, but it's not any enemies, right? It's Equinox right there alongside them. So, I mean, if Resilience ever wanted power to change things, this would be exactly that moment for them. But unfortunately, Marion is going to get taken down as well. Shelby now pushing up, trying to get a little bit of that loot going. And they make it look so effortless, right? Just step up, sweep it clean, and Resilience having a pretty tough run. But, I mean, it's not too surprising to see this from Resilience, right? Yesterday also having a really, really tough day. Same for Dame 1. So it's unfortunate for the side of Resilience. I was definitely excited to see them flourish a little bit more.
I would agree. I would have liked to see a little bit more presence. Unfortunately, yeah, it's definitely a little bit late for that big comeback opportunity, so I don't think it's really going to work out. But who knows? Maybe an extra bit of price will increase. That should be the aim for this squad, for these players. It's back over to Wolves. Necessary is going to be unnecessarily knocked, but it's still in a very resable area. But look at Baby Tang in the distance on your main feed on the top left side of your screen. He's going for a very similar wide wrap to what Wolves did just about 1 minute ago. And they are also in a very bad spot where they can easily give an off angle to Baby Tang. Look at Upgrade, man. They're so opportunistic. They see this fight. They smell blood in the water. Like, oh, yes, it's dinner time. And looking to get a 3 frag here and there if they can. And Apex 2 having no idea this is really happening in the background. They think they're in a secluded fight between themselves and Wolves. This surprise is definitely not going to be a good one. So Baton on the outside. Trying to get the nade. But again, he's showing his back to Baby Tang. But Baby Tang has yet to take the shot. Maybe looking to play the very slow and kind of responsible approach as to wait until when they're truly at their weakest. That is when he's going to strike.
Yeah, but I don't think they're going to have that much time, though. I mean, aside from Upgrade now starting this engagement, kicking it all into gear. Beautiful spray going through there from the side of Upgrade. As they do find Apex now. That is 2 players down. Ooh. Alrighty. They mean business. So let's see whether or not the Wolves are going to be able to hold on here. Can they contest the full send? About to descend right down upon them. And Equinox also just hanging in the back. So whoever survives here will have to face off against another potential third party. But it does seem like the Wolves, they are slowly starting to run out of time here, right? They still only have 2 players left. I do believe those reses are going to be coming in momentarily. But Upgrade, they are just pushing the chances here, right? 6 eliminations already secured. This could be their bounce back opportunity, Max.
I mean, they're just 2 points away from their brothers of VIP. Well, not brothers trying to take them down, but, you know, it's like Loki and also Thor, right? They're brothers, but in reality, there's a little bit of a rivalry happening between those two. So we'll see if they can actually make the comeback happen, because they already successfully took over Alpha 4 Legends. They were the 4th place team, so now they are going to be making it high and high in the rankings. Good early fight from Upgrade. Definitely can be content with their current results. Yulin was the main recall location for Wolves, by the way, so they did have 1 player set up over there. I don't believe knew who it was. Maybe Slonic was the one to go for that reset.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay, it's going to be Slonic, so they do get the 3 members back up on their 2 feet, willing to march towards the incoming victory. But those circle right on the center of Stadium, and actually, here you go. Player of Upgrade is going to knock himself with an nade. It's a typical strat where you can even see on the minimap you've got quadruple 6, or also known as FS, right? He's over onto the northwestern side of the circle, so you don't have to force your players right through all of those squads to get to your teammates and regroup. Just knock yourself, eliminate yourself, take the damage, and you'll get recalled in a way better sorry, position to play through and get back to your looting stage. So actually, this is not a bad time to do it for the entirety of Upgrade.
Yeah. That was exciting to hear Max say Besta as well. It's just it's a little bit funny style. But now it is going to be push here. As you can see, Vatic, also finding themselves getting absolutely swept away. Fortunately, recalls are still at play here. And it's really good to see. I got to say, I appreciate what we're seeing on Rondo here today, right? Teams definitely looking to play that strategy, going the extra distance, I'm looking to see just how much they can utilize out of the recall system. And I gotta say, it is working pretty great. I mean, Upgrade moving from that eastern side of the zone all the way over on towards the west, and they hardly even moved a muscle, maybe just one or two, right, to pull the trigger on the utility, and that was it. But other than that, smooth sailing. But now we are going to be centering up pretty much here onto Stadium, right? And of course, not Stadium itself, but the city portion of it predominantly. And already R8, I like the setup that they have here, right? One player on the hill, other one back in the compounds. A really good vantage point that they're looking to set up there.
I actually disagree a little bit. I don't think it's an amazing split. I think the idea is good. I think that the execution is leaves a little bit to be desired, because you have 2 players in the actual stadium portion and 2 players over on what I call Double Peak, which are the 2 slight mountains to the west of Stadium. And the thing is, you've got the entire city in between the mountain peaks and also Stadium itself. If they have the 2 players inside the apartment buildings, I think that is a way stronger setup as a 2-2 split. Right now, a bit of a stretch. And I am waiting for a nice comeback from Region 8. I think that this is a team that had a lot of potential. In particular, Nika was just an MVP contender. The #1 player, actually, from day one. And then, I'm not sure what happened. They fell flat on their faces. Things were not looking great. And right now, they're in a position in the rankings of 10th. Which, not terrible, not impossible to get close to the top. But when it comes to being in that first position, I think this is a little bit out of the question. So they need to try and fix it. And they're still committed to it. But actually, you know what? I'm going to theorize a little bit more. They also could be doing it this way so that Jelly and also this player with a name that I don't know this language, if they do get knocked on Double Peak, technically they do have access to a recall tower in Stadium. So if that's the setup, I'm okay with it, but still a bit risky. It can get easily punished.
Yeah, I mean, teams could much easier rotate up into that Stadium position itself. So I see what you're saying, Max. And it makes good sense. Well, let's see how this is going to play out for them. I like what Evo is doing there as well, right? Also, not really looking to overextend their position. They've moved up into the compound. They've drawn a little bit of attention, but not too much that they have to start stressing about anything. And of course, if anything was to happen here, Entity, who we see just up towards the north, could either look to rotate up to that compound or maybe contest here with the scouting position that R8 currently has secured. I'm quite surprised to see that nobody actually ventures up into its Stadium, and this is where I think the front half of R8 are going to be quite happy with the tactic that they went for here, right? They already have a little bit of a setup. Now the hard work comes in for the other half of the team to rotate up safely and securely and actually make into a good position. But in the meantime, though, Nika is going to be focusing all the way across over on towards that Fox rotation coming through over on towards the northeastern side. And Upgrade, they are just knee deep in the fight.
Just to talk about what you said about Stadium in particular, you want to dodge it like the plague. It's just not worth getting involved. Stadium, the building itself, is an absolute trap if you go into it. It's just which rooms do players, are players parked up in, where are they hiding? It's really hard to really just pinpoint their location even with footsteps. Though over to a very important fight here is going to be the side of VT up against the entirety of Upgrade, looking for the fight, looking to increase their elimination count up to from 6 to 10 total, making it to double digits. They're up to 7 right now. Could be looking for the 3 extra to make it to the big old 10. It's going to be Papi Sour going for the jump shot, and that is just wrecked instantly. Not even a fight, in my opinion, there, TK. It was so heavily one-sided as Upgrade pick up their fallen comrade of Baby Tang and get themselves an easy early game 10 eliminations. This is looking terrible for the likes of VIP and Team Entity.
And to think they started all the way back in 6th place. All the way down there. Right, so far away, and here they are, quite comfortably situated up in that 3rd place. I mean, if they continue like this, right, this is exactly the thing that we spoke about in the pregame, right? That VIP kind of pacing that they brought in yesterday, and so far, it is looking pretty good. It's not looking too great, though, for the NZ Pros.
Yeah, looking quite like a travesty. That's going to be fine. They have to pick themselves back up. Do keep in mind, they still have the recalls available for some players if they do get involved in some altercations. Like Fox Power here. Chill, right? Getting knocked from a distance. Really good spray, actually, from Entity. So, it's going to be quite hard to commit to that elimination to be flushed out. So, they're going to just let it be, allow the reset to chill. The next to Stadium, we did see a slight movement from Region 8. They're looking to reposition, possibly on Double Peak, which I would very much recommend. It's not worth sticking around just for access for a recall tower. Eventually, you do have to get involved in the conversation, get involved in the circle, and start getting really eliminations, racking up those numbers if possible. And we know that Nika in particular of Region 8 can do it. Not just Nico. I know I'm a big fan of Nika, okay? He's my favorite player of the team, DK, by a fair amount. But it clearly is a team-wide effort. And especially Jelly here. He's on double peak with Cloudy. But if they had the full team, this defense would be so much easier to execute. I need them to regroup right now. But we do look at the minimap. It is happening. It's just a little bit too slow.
Yeah, a little bit of a staggered push, I would say, that's coming in here. But you know what? Jelly, there's nothing to be jealous about. Really good with the utilities, just helping to alleviate a lot of that pressure on the edge. But meanwhile, VIP, though, are going to be finding themselves in a bit of a situation here with the side of Resilience. And I mean, I'm actually surprised to see where VIP decided to go to. This is almost like that tower that we have in Bamboo, right? Very similar kind of setup.
That's an enemy team below him. Yeah, I was going to say that's a full enemy team.
Okay.
Yeah, I was like, wait,
nice. Welcome.
This is a game of Among Us. Is like, who is the imposter? It's him. Find him, and they send him out of the spaceship. What an odd situation. I would love to know how this happened. Were they hiding in a car and he just went up there and they just didn't move an inch and they just got bored and like, okay, we'll get him. Okay, well, Vatic, 3 point, I suppose. Weird one.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely an approach to take. I mean, not what I was expecting. I was about to say, you know, this is a difficult compound to play through because you only have so much movability. You can only see throughout certain parts of it. And next moment, Vatic proves exactly what I was trying to say, right? Here they come, boom, rushing forward, claiming full possession of that building. But NZ Pro, they need to get out of these vehicles. Flames are not supposed to come out of that part of your car. If it does, maybe get out of it. That is time for an oil change, I would say. But Equinox, though, Max, they're taking it very chill, right? Only 3 eliminations. They're not looking to get super aggressive with other players. Instead, they're focusing in on each other, playing a little bit of bumper car while they wait to see what the lobby is going to be bringing on through. And I think it's actually an interesting strategy from Equinox, right? Just keeping themselves out of the engagements.
It really, if you are Equinox at this point, DK, you don't even need eliminations right now. All you need to see from Equinox is to survive, get to the point where you're going to get some placement, and you're going to get some placement points on board. And if you do so, normally eliminations will naturally kind of flood your way. So that will be the idea. And I did say flood instead of flow because they could rack up a lot of eliminations based on how they played in the past. So it was very, very good. These previous rondos. So, Havoc OP with the Org looking to go for the peak over to Killer. Killer just trying to pre-fire with the M249, but it's just not going to be enough. That weapon is great if you just can spray and pray, but before the pre-fire, he just gave his location away pretty much instantly, as over to NG's location. Also, going to commit to the fight onto upgrade. An upgrade 12 Illium so far, so meaning business clearly on match number 1 of day 3 of the PMGO NA Finals. So, do they know where the NG players are located right now? They're very steady, very silent. And because of that, will remain hidden for the time being, though shifting on over to the other part of the map. It is going to be Wolves. They survive the encounter. They prevail. And sure, necessary Molly's Slonic, but it will not result in a flush. This is looking like an absolute banging performance of Wolves that they desperately needed. And now already have 8 points this game. They are on to an absolute killing spree.
Yeah, they're looking to bounce up that board indeed. But I'm surprised to see NZ actually letting upgrade push up on them here. I mean, I was really looking forward to have NZ really just capitalize on that slight spread that they had, as Cloudy shows us. Well, why is he called Cloudy? Because he's so high up. Oh, but is he going to survive though? That's the big question. Maybe he can. I mean, if worse things come to worse, at least he has a little bit of a resupply up there, right? But NZ Pro is still, they have Blinky in this match. And I think this was a missed opportunity coming through from NZ Pro, right? Because they had upgrade right there alongside them, not forcing themselves forward, not pushing in on a great opportunity. And unfortunately, that has resulted in them actually losing quite a few of their players.
All right, I'm just locked on the position of R8. It's like, he's right up there. He's just waiting for the angle. Good shot from Jimmy, especially shifting to FPP in the smoke. You can get a little bit of a better POV to get those sprays to connect. Now into the car, looking to close the gap instantly onto Vatic. Had a little bit of a slowdown there, crashed into the terrain, but that is going to be it. They got the man advantage. Salty actually going to be also up there with Blaze. We saw what Blaze could do in Miramar with a Mini 14 in CQC, though we've got to be very careful. There's a nade there on the low ground. Not going to damage the members, but yeah, good use. The Molotov was Meng. That's going to be massive. Forcing them to reposition. It is wooden floor, so it's going to be spreading. Put the grenade back and forth. It's going to be slowing down the ascent of Equinox. And I'm surprised they send it over here. It's a very poor defensive position. You need to send it upstairs to be in a good spot. And Vatic sending it downstairs. Good synergy, good communication. Doing it exactly at the same time as Salty gets the pump right to the face of his enemy. But Salty will be the sole survivor. Looking to take the 1v1. Meng gets overwhelmed. That's going to be our MVP out of the game entirely here on Rondo. But the third party is huge. That's going to be for none other than VIP, a team that also is in the contention for the championship. And that is going to save the life of Surprise of Equinox.
I mean, it is getting pretty sweaty, and it's not going to stop anytime soon. R8 are going to be feeling a lot of that pressure, as well as Entity is trying to reach over that hillside, trying to send as much utility out as they can. But I like the quick reposition as they look to close the distance. R8 Cloudy now caught in a cloud of smoke as he can't see where he's going, and instead goes up in a big old wallop of aggression. Very abrupt plays coming through on every end. And now Evolution also going to try and just hold on, right? You can see they've got a bit of an angle, a bit of a position over onto the side here of Entity. But I think for especially Evolution, right, this is going to be a very important engagement because they are so close to jumping up into that top 8 position. Yes, they've got 4 eliminations, but they are now in placement point territory, Max, and they only need a few points to close the gap here.
Really, I mean, it's just such a small point gap. Could even look to overtake the likes of AFL, maybe jump up in top 5. They would need to, I would say they need to get a big elimination-focused top 3 podium, or even get a massive win. That would make it, of course, a little bit better, which I think that every team here is vying for that chicken dinner on Rondo. The circle is about to shift. And I'm not going to lie, kind of sucks for the lobby that Surprise is still up and running about for Equinox, because that means there's still an opportunity that as a solo he could technically get his team into the smash zone. It's still looking quite unrealistic. But I've seen weirder. I've seen worse. Circle closing up. Not going to be including Surprise, so he's going to have to leave his little cocoon, his little nest he's created for himself earlier this match. So hopefully that'll cause his demise. Because the reason why I'm saying hopefully is not because I hate the guys, DK. I maybe want to get some more games on board too, you know? So that means if he goes out, we cannot have a smash in the next game.
Yeah. Well, different tactics, different ways, different means to get to the end of the day, right? Whether it's the full run or maybe a few shorter than that, only time will tell. But it's going to be Evo, though, that is going to be feeling a lot of the pressure. And, I mean, this is quite surprising to see this come from the Wolves all the way on that far southern side of the zone. But this is where they just capitalize on the coverage that they have, right? They are right here in the compounds. But making all that noise, they still somehow need to get out of that and move forward. So I'm going to be looking onto those 2 squads that we have on either side of them and whether or not they're actually going to allow the Wolves to take any further steps, right? Because Baton, Slonik, all of them now have to move as the blue starts to push their hand here. And in the meantime, Evolution, Kenny Dan cooking up a nade, looking to see if he can find a little bit of entity on the other side, but he finds nothing other than emptiness.
I'm just scared. I keep seeing that Attack on Titan cart skin. It scares me. It's just a little bit of a jump scare happening every time. Though Hope is going to be exploding himself, apparently. I guess that was with a car explosion. Not the way you want to go out. In the center of the circle is going to be the Wolves. 8 points this game. And as you said earlier, right, DK, the placement points are going to start rolling on in for every single team still alive. Good to see some presence, actually, from RTP, right? You're looking at their position. It's like, sure, really? Can we expect a big comeback? Not realistically, but it is still good to see some presence. Who knows, maybe that will be enough for them to step up massively in the full season later on this year. As Entity now making the push. Hope was able to get knocked earlier, and he's still going to be bleeding on out, so they just don't have the numbers. And the nade is perfectly chucked right on the members of Entity. Now down to just 1 in the distance. They're going to overwhelm, over-push him over that ridge line, and that's going to be Evolution Gaming for the win. 7 eliminations too, and the elimination count is massive. But actually, you blink and you missed it. Upgrade now have 15 eliminations. What just happened?
they've just contributed to a lot of chaos. That is what we saw just then and there. I mean, Equinox knocks out Entity out an upgrade. They are definitely looking to upgrade their situation here, but they are going to have to contend against the side here of the Alpha 4 Legends. And Alpha 4, they do seem to have quite a decent position, especially now with upgrade. 2 players down. This opens up a great opportunity for them, but it also opens up quite a bit of a play if you're on the side here of VIP, right? They've just been kind of keeping their distance, not looking to get too involved in the altercations, trying to capitalize where they can, just stealing a point every now and again. But Havoc, right there on the front line, needs to make a decisive play. Good sprays coming through here from David. That cheeky third party, that is exactly what they weren't expecting. And this could now be that big continuation going through from VIP as they move up. But Havoc is going to have something to say about the matter. Does take quite a bit of damage, and it's all now down to ICT. And ICT is now so vulnerable. Just one bit of a push here, and that could spell absolute disaster. And that is exactly what unfolds as Alpha 4 Legends get swept on up in the chaos here.
I love what Upgrade are doing here, trying to leverage this slight ridge, this elevation for themselves to get not only intel, but also strong angles to spray down the competition, peppering the entirety of the circle. So Upgrade definitely on the money with those 17 eliminations. Oh my god. 7. Okay, Upgrade are trolling the lobby by eliminating everyone. That is their way of having fun, it seems, by winning, as they're going to be now occupying the entire western side. VIP not really a threat, a menace, I would say, to their location. But dead center is going to be RTP, such a low-ranked team right at the start today in 15th position. No, the redemption arc is now in full effect. They have 0 eliminations. They could be one of the lowest elim chicken dinners from a team looking for RTP. But they're going to be the kings of the castle. Dead center compound entity were eliminated earlier, taken over by Evolution, and Evolution, because of that, will be looking to make the push over to the east. Nicely in the open, though, but the thing is, it's very nadeable to the hands of RTP, and it also denies you mobility. You're over there, your cars are going to smoke, they're going to explode. People really want to get rid of your vehicles, which is exactly what happens. Replic looking to go back into hiding, into that dip. As I believe I saw there for a second, DK of FAMAS being looted up, which is a very strong airdrop weapon, especially with the newest update. We can add the extra mag to it. An extra 10 bullets really makes the difference on that ammo. Yeah,
because it just runs out so quickly, right? It just goes and then it's out.
Exactly like that.
Yeah. That's even the exact sound effect they used. Not really.
You're right. Yeah, they hired you to do the FAMAS sound with your mouth. They do. I was there when it happened.
Can't give everything away, Max.
sorry. My bad.
Yeah. Imagine you heard nothing. In the meantime, we are going to be looking to see where the zone is going to go. Resilience, though, you got to commend them. They are still here. They're still holding on. Even though they have 1 elimination, they still sit with a full squad. And one of only 2 teams that can say that at this point in time. They get zone blessed yet again. So now the hard work comes through for the side of Evo. And I would even say Upgrade, right? They do find themselves out over on the elevated position. That is going to be quite interesting, especially looking at where Resilience is situated. I'm assuming that, or are they expecting them to send a few utilities, if they have any left, over down that hillside? And that seems to be exactly what Upgrade is doing, cooking up the nades. But instead, they're going in the wrong direction. Maybe trying to create and terraform themselves a new position to rotate up towards. Oh, okay. Big brain strategies coming out here, Max.
That is definitely what's happening. Using the C4s and grenades to create dips, terraforming is always the best way to play around when you just don't really have a strong foothold in the circle, and you just got to create your own playable area. Good push here from Upgrade. It will get punished, though, instantly. FS and Baby Tank first to fall. That's a duo eliminated instantly, down to just Havoc OP. Even Fear, right, got eliminated out of that one. He's going to be in a very hard position to rest, and even if Havoc is able to even just survive the encounter, as everyone is just locked in on his location. The blue also going to be forcing him to go downhill towards his teammate of Fear. The spray is inbound, and he is going to be fully eliminated, expunged from the universe. Has 10 eliminations now, headed the way of VIP. This is the comeback day for them that they were hoping for, and it's happening right now on Rondo.
Well, let's see how this one is going to unfold and whether or not there is going to be that jump up opportunity. You spoke about that, Max, and David got hit. VIP now in a very sticky situation. That zone is going to go straight in on them as well. But here comes the nade on the money, though. Slonic just so accurate with those hits. And I mean, the Wolves, right? Even though they are getting pressured, they're not going to be giving up. They will still continue to fight. And so far, it is looking pretty decent on their end. The utilities continuing to rain through here from Slonic as he tries to just at least suppress the advances coming through from Evo. And that is it. Starboy gets wrapped up, and Evo, out they go.
Really good fight, though. I'm going to say, can we remove points from Wolves for having that car skin and hiding behind it? I was way too close. My eyes are burning. Don't like it, but they will have to move forward. Really good use, actually, of the nade hit, trying to create a dip. Very similar thing that you mentioned earlier, right, for the likes of Upgrade, trying to create their own fortress, their own transition point, trying to leapfrog into those holes. As now, looking at Madion, he's also going to look to play with that util, trying to put down a few cover flares. Good nade onto Baton. There's going to be a very hard res, worth to maybe just deny it out to the blue if you can get the res from Slonic, but apparently they're not even going to be able to do just that. Elementrix next to full. Slonic denying it out. Also, not able to deny it to the blue zone. No. It's going to be Resilience there, able to get the damage on through. And that's going to be game over. Resilience Esports here, going on top with their first chicken dinner of the tournament.
Hey, talk about an underdog performance, right? They just came out of nowhere, all the way out of the woodworks, and stepped up and laid their hands on that winner chicken dinner. What a great play, though, right? Unfortunately, that it happened today, but I would love to have seen more of this Resilience performance, right? I mean, we said this earlier today. We've been wondering where's Resilience been, right? Because they've had a really tough 3 days. But now, well, they chose day number 3 to step up and remind us why they are here, and a very good winner chicken dinner that they've been able to secure for themselves.
Yeah, really nice to see them get a chicken dinner. Of course, it's not a very dominant fashion chicken dinner that we just witnessed, because they literally were in that compound for a majority, if not almost the entire game. Circle just kept favoring them every single shift, and it just happened that at the end they had a lot of resources. Teams were just vying for any kind of like scraps to play behind, even creating their own dips in the fields, and that was just not going to be enough to subvert expectations and to get the win. So GG well played indeed to the entirety of Resilience. And looking at the elimination spread, quite low, especially for Rondo game, right? DK, you're looking at a total of 5 elims, 2 in particular headed the way of Molina, then 1 for Madion, Ruben, and also Malcriado. But overall, decent game, especially holding on to their utility to really wrap up the chicken dinner in style. Unfortunately, the comeback is definitely a little bit too late for the squad.
Yeah. I mean, but it was still a really good showcasing coming through on their end. As you said, not necessarily the craziest winner chicken dinner that we've seen, but a winner chicken dinner nonetheless. 5 eliminations is what they have to show for it. So, you know, those 15 points are going to help them move a little bit with regards to those rankings. And of course, they upgraded the amount of prize pool money that they'll be getting at the end of the day. But a quick look at our match recap. And of course, who did what, when, and where. Heavy utility usage, though, coming through from the side there of Upgrader. That makes a whole lot of sense, right? We saw them situated over on the edge, playing off of that high ground. Also, terraforming, right? That's where a lot of those frag grenades went into, all 23 of them.
Yep, ton of utility going to be used in a very offensive and also rotationally focused manner, which is very Rondo specific, which is why I would really like the terraforming feature to come to Miramar and Erangel in the future. I think it's just such a great little feature that really could make the other maps even more interesting and give them so much more extra depth. Though, Upgrade, what were they doing this game? Eliminating. How much? A lot. Because, oh my goodness, you blink and they were up to 15 elims at one point. I think they were up to around 17, maybe even 18 by the time they got eliminated this game. Yeah, it's going to be 17 eliminations headed the way of Upgrade. This team were in 5th position before the match started, right behind the likes of Alpha 4 Legends, VIP, Wolves. This game alone, right, is going to put them so much high up on the rankings that they could be in contention for 2nd place, maybe even looking to catch up to the likes of Equinox.
Yeah, that is definitely a possibility, and we'll find out soon when we get to take a look at those scores, exactly where they find themselves with regards to the overalls. But a very good day at the office. I mean, R8 also just really stepping out here, choosing violence, coming through with those 9 eliminations. I mean, if they were able to get themselves placement points, right, they would, of course, be situated much further up these standings right here. But a very good show, whichever way you look at it. But that means if we looked at that on the first page, the 2nd page is not going to be as exciting, as we can see the players here from Ventru. Unfortunately, the first and only team to get sent back empty-handed. Everybody else, though, Max, still picking up points.
Yeah, a few points, especially for AFL. Good to see them get at least a 3 total, but I say good because they at least get, a participation prize for this Rondo, but they were in 4th position. Upgrade gets a big game, right? So they're going to be falling out of contention quite severely after that result, which is going to suck a little bit if you are an AFL fan. And same for 9Z Globan. I think we were talking about it, UMEDK, before we started the show. We were talking about teams, and you said 9Z Globan. It's a bit surprising that they're solo for an invited team, and I would have to fully agree. They've got some really big names on that roster, in particular Reyes, that has been, in my opinion, fully transparent. He's like a ghost on the battleground. You don't know if he's real or not. He's just around there. As the MVP of the game will be Havoc OP, and it does make sense that we do have an upgrade player being up here, DK, because with that bit of elevation on the plateau in the finishing circles, they were the true overlords of the lobby, just bullying everyone else into submission.
Yeah, I mean, nearly half of the eliminations from the team came just from Havoc alone, right? 8 out of the 17. Yeah. That is a lot of arm work that has been done. So very good to see that. And of course, a tremendous amount of damage getting secured there as well. 15-10, that is a whole lot of chaos that came by the hands of this man right here. So like what we're seeing so far, teams really choosing, I'd say, a rather good strategy. A few teams trying to elevate their position with regards to those overall standings. But the big thing here for me is going to be, can they maintain the same kind of consistency, right? Is this to give us but a taste of what to expect to see for the rest of the day? Or was this just a once and done thing?
Possibly, right? Could be a one-and-done thing for some of these teams. Of course, looking at Team Equinox, we'll see if they can look to get into the Smash Zone in the next game. Maybe even other teams like Wolves, etc. will be very exciting. So you know what? You definitely don't want to miss out. We'll be back very soon for our first Erangel of the day after this break.
just realized that we are getting straight into the action here. That was me realizing that otherwise you would have been looking at me mime. But what I was going to say is upgrades heavy arms, right? Unlock them 17 eliminations in this previous game. And I'm curious to see though, can they continue with the flex, right? Can they keep it rolling and push all the way through into Erangel? The first one of the day is getting ready to come straight on in. And as my co-casting here would say, I am still DK and he is still Maxman. Nothing has changed, but we are moving on to another map.
Hey, you be careful, okay? I like using that, so don't, okay, I don't like being called out. But yes, I am still Maxman and he is still DK and we are still ready for PMGO NA. Looking at our overall rankings after that first match on Rondo, 133 points, meaning we're just 5 points away for Equinox to get into the smash zone. But Wolves, oh my goodness, that gap has closed significantly up to 117. But not only that, upgrade 103 points, and then of course we have P109. So now, it's not Rondo coming up, so meaning we don't have those inflated potential elimination points that could push a team even higher up at the top of the rankings. But contenders for the Smash Zone, for potential Smash later on today, DK, are way more than just one. It's not just Equinox now, it's a full-on race between those big top 4 squads.
Yeah, and it's going to be quite exciting to see who is going to be the one to try and upset all of this. But, I mean, especially looking at upgrade, right? The numbers, there's 30 points that they need to secure somewhere along the way. If they bring in another 20-pointer like they just did in the past match, there could be a great day ahead here for them. And, of course, we could potentially look at this whole event ending before we are even close to the final match over on Miramar. So there's a lot to look forward to here, but I'm excited to see what Erangel is going to be bringing in and who's going to be the team to step it up. I mean, we've been seeing so many bounce back opportunities, but now it's all about who's going to look to capitalize on that.
Yeah, who's going to be able to snatch the opportunity for themselves? I mean, AFL 288 tied with Team Entity. Technically, those teams get a big match on Erangel. Doesn't even have to be the first one; could be the second or third one. Hopefully, if there's no smash, of course, we have to keep that in the back of our minds. But if they do get a big one here, that would even be just what, a good podium, a good top 5 with a few eliminations here and there, and it could be back in a race with the big dogs of Upgrade, VIP, Wolves, and Equinox. Could be a 5, a 6, a 7 horse race here at the end of today, which is very hard to imagine. Things would have to line up perfectly. The planets would have to be perfectly aligned for this to happen. But there is a possibility where we do get in that kind of timeline later on towards the end of today's show. So, second page, Region 8. I still feel like they're doing some weird stuff. I was not the biggest fan of how they were playing around Stadium. There was a lot of potential, and then they sent one play on top of that tower. It looked a bit disorganized. This is a team that I think fragging-wise have potential, but macro, there's definitely a lot of adjustments that might need to be made by this team. So maybe not this season, right? But maybe the following seasons, Region A is a team that could, upon their strong base, build a really, truly wondrous playstyle that could be successful in the near future.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you on that. I mean, there's a lot of potential that these teams are showing, and I'm excited to see how they look to develop that, right? I mean, and I think that's always something that we look for is who shows a potential shift, right? Who can look to change what we've been looking at for such a long time already. And I mean, if the teams can bring a bit of excitement in along with that, be my guest, right? Bring those upsets and bring a few smiles. I don't know what that is, but bring smiles to
like
our
a Pokemon
faces to see what is going to be happening. Yes, you might unlock a special feature Pokemon along the way, but I mean, this is going to be the big question to see who's going to be the ones that will be really driving Erangel home, right? Because we're going to have that triple dose of the action coming through. I mean, a team like 9Z, for instance, right? They like to perform quite well when it comes to the map of Erangel, and I'm curious as to whether or not they'll choose to do that here, right? They have the opportunity. They are not too far away with the points. They're not exactly within reach of it, but of course it is not, I would say, an impossibility for them to really try and to secure a more aggressive push to get themselves right there up in the conversation. Because as we progress further this day, it's going to be just so much more difficult for teams to make any drastic moves. And you've pointed out the top 4. There's going to be a lot of pressure on them.
Really is, because the thing is also, whoever does get in the smash zone, you're kind of painting a target on your back that teams will be looking to. I'm not going to say hot drop, because that is such a big risk, right? Because even if you do win the fight, you lose a member or two, and you're kind of ruining your own game by doing so. You're buying time for other teams, not for yourself. So it's going to be quite tough if we do get in that situation. But what you could do is maybe just shut off the rotation path of that team that gets in a smash zone first. So like if you know, for example, in Erangel, Team Equinox drop in location X. Like, oh, usually they get these cars. Let's just get guns, shoot the wheels of the cars, and just scurry away. That could be a playstyle that actually does kind of hinder their early rotations and looting stage, and then they shouldn't be able to make it in the circle. And maybe not convert the smash. Though, here we go, guys. It's going to be our first grassy pastures match of the evening. It is going to be a good old time here. Circle is going to be an interesting one to see where it's going to be headed, as the plane is going to be pretty central for these teams, headed from the eastern side, making it over to the western coast. The circle back in Eastern Europe, Central Asia here, DK, I've had a bunch of weird circles, especially the ones that are like 50-50 split of mainland and also from Military Island itself. And we'll see if we're going to have that over the other side of the pond.
Oh, yeah, I had one of those today as well. So it's always exciting to see how the teams kind of work through the pressure being applied by a wacky zone getting thrown their way. But so far, it does seem like we might maybe be in for a little bit of contention if, of course, 9Z decides to full send it after the players there from Fox, but it doesn't seem like they are going to be fully committing to that. Instead, it is a good breakaway there. But Venture, though, going for an interesting start, right? A very white 2-2 split, essentially.
Early game hot drops. Well, it wouldn't be a hot drop, but early game drops. If you want to go for a split for your looting stage, I don't really have too much of an issue with it, so why not? Yeah, that's what Venture Inc. are going to be committing to. 2 players over to prison, 2 players over to the western side of shelter, northern side of farm. Just got to be a little bit cautious. And also, I think the reason why they're doing this is because they're going for very targeted locations that have car spawns, especially Tonka, dropped on the garage, which is going to get him that car spawn. You can just pick whichever car he wants and kind of regroup with maybe Dior's and then go for the full regroup. And what I would even recommend here is to give up on the compound east of shelter. And you go straight into the circle and kind of initiating your looting stage over there. So you just have a little bit of an elongated looting stage. Maybe just hunting down tier 3 helmets and vests. Or maybe hunting down a loot truck. You know, I don't know about you, DK. I'm a big fan of the loot truck. I've been hyping it up ever since it's been added to the game. And now it feels like it is the meta if you drop in Yasnai Poliana, if you drop in Severny, if you drop in Pachinki or Military Island. There's literally no negatives to chasing it down because the loot is just so bloody good.
But that also shows that you are a team that's trying to kind of push a new meta, right? Because as you've spoken about the loot truck multiple times, right? There is just such phenomenal gear in that. So you don't even have to go on a crazy loot binge, right? You can just pull up there, pop it over, jump in the back door and get yourself absolutely set up, right? If you want an AWM, you can get your hands on one. You can do whatever you like, pretty much.
Exactly. I mean, the Orm, not super meta. Actually, we did see the Orm used in Eastern Europe, Central Asia earlier today by, I think it was Tommy that was using it. So, you never know. Could be used, but usually right now you're in the DMR meta. I see Spence, he's got himself the new, that's the new, I think it's an X suit, right? It's the new X suit. The thing is, the thing I hate about when you have these lobbies when they can use any skin they want, because some lobbies they have to have particular skins and they will have the same skin. Some tournaments they have different skins, which is exactly what we have here apparently for PMGO NA. They put the supercars, they put the expensive maxed out X suits, and I just feel poor, really. I'm like, I wish I had all these bad boys, but also even if I did want to buy them, DK, I wouldn't, because I only collect collab skins and esports skins. Those are the only ones I have, and also a maxed out MG3 skin. But that's an MG3. It's a bit of a different relationship.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? You have to, you can't be collecting everything, right? It's a lot more of a refined taste when it comes to what it is that you're collecting, and I can respect that. Do I have any of those skins? No, I've not.
Do you have skins?
Enough. Yeah, I do, but not fancy ones, right? Just the normal one that everybody else can get, right? That's pretty much the extent of it. I'm just one of those that you know, I get the seasonal skins and that's what I play with, right? I'm okay with that. I've tried my luck at getting the fancy skins, and yeah, my RNG is apparently quite bad.
Do you buy the Royal Pass or not?
Yeah.
Yeah, you get it.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I was about to say, because if you don't have like that many fancy skins, I'm going to offer you a little bit of a bet here, you know? Let's go for it. If you can predict correctly right now which team will be crowned the champions, I will buy you the next season Royal Pass. I will do it.
Ooh. No pressure.
Take your time. You don't have to say it now. You can wait for a circle or two and think about it, but take your time. Yeah. If you predict it correctly, I'm giving you the Royal Pass, okay? Do a little deal. Okay. And in exchange, nothing, because I'm the one proposing. I'm not expecting you to give it to me, because I already pre-purchased it, so I already have it. so you can't gift it to me right now. Otherwise, you'll have to wait 2 months, but that is fine.
Yeah, by that time, I would have forgotten already.
Yeah, possibly. Me too.
But yeah, in the meantime, I'm just looking at the fact that Equinox is so close to hitting Smash, right? Literally 5 points away. Like, they're so close they can almost smell it. And I mean, Wolves 21 points away. That's also not impossible. I mean, and we know when it comes to Erangel, I mean, they are quite comfortable on this map, right? There's a reason that they are one of the invited teams, right? They just have that certain way about them. So I'm curious to see what their approach will be coming into this. I like what Venture is doing there as well, just getting themselves pushed up on the hills, just trying to chase away players that could maybe be coming closer to them. I like that slightly more due diligent approach. Right? You're not necessarily saying that they're gonna push, but you're just making sure that they don't consider that just yet.
Yeah, but like, it was NG that got an elimination on Equinox. But yeah, definitely you've got to do your due diligence. Take it slow. Make sure you don't play and do any early game mistakes would be the best approach. But yeah, Equinox losing one member is definitely going to be hindering the opportunity of making it into that Smash zone. They're only 5 points away. And the thing is also, I'm going to have to bring it back. I'm sorry for one team in particular. This is going to be Vatic. You don't want to see what Vatic were doing back in USA PMNC. They got in the Smash zone and they couldn't convert it many games in a row, and they kept getting second place. They get on the podium so many games back to back to back. And that is going to be an issue. And I feel like we could see something similar for Equinox, where it's not that they can't smash, it's they can't enter the Smash zone and they keep failing and getting like 1 point, 2 points, and it gets there until the end of the game, and then Wolves are going to do a comeback. And actually, because I talk about Wolves, Wolves are my predicted team to win. I think they're going to be looking like a very consistent force on the battlegrounds. So, if they build a bit of momentum and confidence, which from what we saw in the last game, I would say that is definitely what they have going their way, you cannot afford to be shaky at the top. Equinox need to get these points on this game and get in the Smash zone. Otherwise, they will be taking way too long, and that is a clear opportunity for the comeback for the other teams right behind you.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of have to that kind of has to be your focal point here, right? You're gonna have to try and at least try and deny somebody's points if you know that you're not the one to get those points just yet. So there's a little bit of a tricky tactic that we could be looking at being deployed here. And ooh, Entity Vatic though having a bit of an altercation, bit of a trade-off. And Apex, they just sitting back, they just going like, well, you know what, we'll just pick up these hits, we'll pick up these sprays, as we do see the players there from Ventru getting picked up. And it is unfortunate, but I mean, Ventru essentially getting found out, I would say, in the rotation.
Yeah, going to be a bit of a tough one here. Going to look into fully disengage on Pachinki Hill. Pachinki Hill, great position actually. It is in zone. I would say for upgrade, just stay there. Stay with the side of FS, or also known in this tournament as quadruple 6. They even have, yeah, some players very split. Baby Tang is actually on the church of Pachinki, so I would say just got to be a little bit careful that if a team encroaches on your terrain, play it respectful, regroup. But actually, because of this circle upgrade, could easily send it right back up to Baby Tang and have a really good vantage point in the circle, pretty close to the center. Though, one thing that's going to be fun on this circle in particular, DK, Boatyard is in zone. And I have yet to witness a Boatyard finish. This might just be the one, because again, it's one of the newest additions to Erangel. And Boatyard, it's got a different layout. It's like it's a fully updated area compared to the older portion of the entirety of Erangel. So Boatyard layout would be very interesting to see how that works out for any of these teams that go for it early on. Maybe even the side of Vatic, as they are going for a quick western dash. Outside of that, eliminations are starting to rack up. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. No, I think it's an interesting position, right? That Boatyard, it could be quite an angle to try and play from. And I mean, we did see R8 up on towards that northern side, just coming through that blue. So that would be an ideal position for them to rotate up into, right? They don't have to travel too far to get themselves situated And Ruins for the meanwhile is going to be the focal point here for Vatic and Entity, as both squads now look to roll on up here. And I mean, Vatic, they're going to try and maybe play a bit more of an aggressive angle here. And this is where I'm curious to see what the team's low on the standings are going to do, right? Are they going to be the deciders as to who is the one that unlocks the smash point? Or are they just going to be victim to the spray downs, right? Because they can step up and try and be a little bit more decisive in their strategy here, right? I mean, they could look to target Equinox or Entity or VIP or Upgrade or the Wolves, right? There's so much power in the hands of these squads, and I'm yet to see a team further down the rankings actually look to capitalize on that opportunity.
That's definitely true, as Vatic, they were able to capitalize on that initial knock found onto Psycho, instantly converted out in that one extra point. And look at Blaze even deeper inside of Ruins, making his way towards the castle area, it seems. Though, no backup from his squad, he's got to be a little bit more careful, a bit more respectful, but he is going to be going on that elevated terrain, on that plateau of the castle, making sure that, no, he is safe. Even if he does get knocked, it would be very hard to convert that into an actual flush. So Blaze knows exactly what he's doing, knows this terrain like the back of his hand. And outside of this, yeah, Team Entity suffering so many early game casualties is definitely going to be stopping their potential comeback as we're getting hypnotized live on air. Ooh.
I'm trying to tell the time, but I can't figure out which one it is. It's like,
yeah, that would be
what's
kind of
the time?
complicated. You're going to need Photoshop to unswirl it before you can read that clock.
Yeah, if any of our viewers can figure that out, right? If you think you know what the time is, hit us up in chat. I'm curious to see if anybody is willing to take a swing at it. I guess there's no right answer, right? So
we'll never know.
Yeah. Hit us with your best guess. In the meantime, we are going to be looking at 9Z getting hit with a pretty aggressive spray here as the hovercraft just comes flying on in. A good attempt coming through from the side of Sun, but unfortunately not getting the knock with the vehicle itself. Instead, having to use their weapons. Like, what is going on here? 9Z, they are going to try and survive this one as best they can. Era Gods, though, it's going to be a pretty tough position to get set up into, right? We got Fox just up ahead. The shot's already connecting through. There's no escape up. Are going to be looking to put him down, or that could even come through from the side of Resilience. So for 9Z Global, this is going to be a pretty tough ride.
Really is going to get so much harder, especially sending it through the inside. Oh, okay, English. I can't. Sorry, almost 2 a.m. Sending it through the entirety of Headshot Hills. That's going to be the quick rotation of 9Z Global. We'll see what they can pull from that. What trick do they have in their hat? Because overall, around the map, we've seen a few squabbles opening up here and there. Just a few eliminations popping up on that elimination feed. Not resulting in any big significant fights right now, but at least it is going to be just kind of lowering the potential point influx you're going to get. Because, of course, if you're not involved in these early fights, those players getting eliminated might reduce your overall score. You can really secure this game, realistically. Znika, Regenerate, again, a team that I think is my underdog squad. I'm hoping to see more from in the future. As Cloudy parked up on Rosal Kill. It was a really good oversight onto Equinox, and Equinox, will they be able to make it in the Smash Zone this game, DK? That's going to be the big question. They lost one player very early on this match, and now it's going to be down to Shelby. He's the only player on that side of the road, meaning that res, I'm going to say, impossible to pull off. Equinox down to a duo, and they still need 5 points to get in that Smash Zone. I think this is another game where Equinox just cannot breach that point threshold.
Yeah, but we've seen that be the case a few times for several teams, right, that found themselves in a very similar position like this. So, I mean, it'd be phenomenal for them to have just a big lock-in session, right? They just go like, you know what, this is the game, and we're going to hit that point, and the next one, we're going to go flying, like R8 is doing right here. But, yeah, it's always difficult to keep that mindset locked in, right? It is, they've been going at it for a hot minute, and now this is that final stretch to see, can they actually pull it all together? But I like the approach coming through here from R8, right? They look like they've just been given another opportunity, right? It's like a second breath almost coming through as they look to aggress over on towards Equinox. And Surprise and Meng, this might be them now running out of time. They might actually get denied the opportunity to hit that smash even in this game.
Our MVP contender. It's good old Meng. Trying to live up to that title. Good nade onto Surprise. He was definitely surprised by that one. Bit of a shocker, as Meng also suffering the brunt of the damage of that utility. The nade's doing so much work, and Meng will get picked off by the man himself. It's Jelly stepping up to the plate. A Surprise now looking to be on the movement, looking to be on the run. But even then, it's just not going to be enough. Equinox still avoiding the smash zone like the plague. I say that they're not the only one, as Wolves also down to just a solo player, 118 points, get one extra limb. That realistically, in the grand scheme of things, is absolutely nothing. So I feel like we are minimum going to make it to match 4 here, DK, because match 2, normally no teams will be entering that smash zone.
I mean, Wolves the only team that could realistically try it, but it doesn't
As a
seem
solo?
like that is going to be a thing.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, well, points-wise, right? The only team that realistically could attempt it, but unfortunately, they don't have the numbers to back that up, or as you said before, they don't have the resources to support that push. Ooh, Reyes, though, managing to survive a near finish there, as the vehicles just fly on through. Apex going to be the next one to get folded out. And now Upgrade, this is their opportunity to strike. They have the Foxes ahead of them, but can they reclaim their position here? Already being dealt quite a bit of a tough hand. 2 of their players down, and now it's all riding on the solo.
Yep, down to just 1. Upgrade, can they save the day? Apparently for quadruple 6 FS, it is going to be yes so far. The competition is going to get tense. Making a jump, making it away from the balcony. He's getting chased, trying to parkour his way through Squad House. Good nade actually chucked on the staircase, trying to also delay the push, maybe forcing himself to go for the heal up, but good force onto Sentry, no way. The Puppeteer in full motion, trying to just dominate and overwhelm the competition. The 1v1 though, in full swing. Trying to also use the vehicles to get a little bit of extra mobility. Thing is, if he does end the fight here, GK, he could get the res on Baby Tang and Fear. So you got that extra tick in time factor. If he does end it now, he could get his teammates back in a healthy condition. And he does get the win. No way. It is going to be quadruple 6 FS from Upgrade, dominating the fight, securing 3 eliminations and bringing back his teammates of Baby Tang and Fear. Absolute madness there inside of the Squad House.
And that is exactly the kind of pacing that Upgrade needs to bring on through if they want to stay in contention here. And I mean, they've been doing so much work. 5 eliminations already under their belt. All they got to do now is just push through, right? We are still with 12 players, or 12 teams rather, left in the lobby. So they're going to try and have to aim for that late stage finish, right? R8 also looking to advance their own position as they continue to roll on through 3 eliminations, what they've been able to bag so far. Now as they pull up into Headshot Hills, this is where things get a little bit interesting, because I'm not convinced though for R8 that this is necessarily going to be a very easy position to fight through. I mean, if the zone moves over towards that southeastern end where we do see the players from NZ Pro situated, yes, it might then turn into a whole different situation. But for the time being, they need to be careful because, I mean, Wolves can look in their direction. VIP can do the same, and they could also get quite a bit of a surprise coming through from straight out on the ball.
Really could be the case. Actually, can you imagine here? We could have a situation where Elementrix of Wolves, he's in the middle of the circle. He's not spotted. Nobody knows he's there. He's but a shadow in this lobby. And if he can make it, maybe to May knows the top 5, maybe they're still going to keep the comeback going for the side of the Wolves. Near the Alan Walker Berkey skin is going to be Blaze, and the man himself, not with a mini 14 in CQC this time, is going to be over to his good old trusty Org and S12K. Looking to overwhelm, and the nade is beautiful here, connecting onto the entirety of EVG. That is going to be the end of the line. Vatic, though, over to the west, looking to push their way into the circle just a little bit deeper. But so many good nades. I got to say, NA in particular, the skills on the utility front is mental, second to none, and really stepping up compared to the previous years when I have compared this season to other regions. Man, utility-wise, there's been a significant improvement, especially from Vatic. As actually, the dips on the west here, DK, I would say for Vatic, not a bad launching point. And could keep them in the conversation later on this match, as the center, though, is going to get real hectic, and especially here on the east.
Yeah, this is now where that whole situation for R8 gets turned on its head, and this is exactly what I don't think that they took into account. But up comes the send, and good spray though, as Nika finds the hit, takes quite a bit of damage. Straight out, Nepal is going to try and leverage everything they can out of this engagement, but Kiddo is going to try and keep the team in the fight here, and that is exactly what is going to be happening on through, as Killer and NZ now look to strike on it. Beautiful grenades coming through from the R8 side, and it does seem like they have caught that second breath, Max. They are starting to bounce back. Not going to let NZ Pro slide in right here up on towards that zone. They fought too long and too hard to get themselves situated. And now they're going to try and defend it as best they can. I hope for their part that they can actually get a good defense going here, because the moment they start to move out, Brazilians could have a really good angle on them.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit tricky to work with. Region 8 in a very nadeable dip. Just got to be careful. It's really good if you can hold teams at bay, at arm's length. The moment they're nade range, that position falls apart pretty much instantly. Just like a house of Legos with a 5-year-old right next to it. It's not good. It's not meant to be. Resilience, yeah, still looking decent on their southern eastern mini Pachinki location. Kiddo out in the open. Nades just going right over his head. Not yet spotted though. As Region 8, sure you want to eliminate that solo player, but you also got to start thinking about your next transition, which I do like. They're sending one player. It's going to be Cloudy, scouting to the west. But you still want to stick around. You don't let him alone. You leave him alone. You might lose a player for free. You got to clean up shop. Down in the blue, the tick damage is significant as we're about to enter phase number 6. And over to this fight you mentioned earlier here, DK, it's still unfolding. It's upgrade. They were having an absolute banging game early on Rondo. They're up to 6 eliminations, really building so much momentum as Kiddo spraying up in the sky to the gods as he gets eliminated out in top 10.
Yeah, not quite a 21-gun salute, but you know what? It's the Erangel version of that to some extent, maybe. Right? We're not quite sure, but we'll take it as something. Meanwhile, VIP trying to get the players they have in this match back in the fight here as Vatig has started to move in alongside them. A bit of a trade-off coming through, but look at the exchange though. Now it is essentially up to Salty here for the side of Vatig to contest VIP. Reyes beautifully placed nade on the money. That is business time as VIP locks it in. Blaze now gonna have to find a way to sneak his way on through. That blue is gonna force his hand, make things quite difficult. And I'm not really seeing a safe rotation though for Blaze, especially if he moves up towards the north, pulling in towards that boatyard. It is gonna be a very difficult angle to take, but instead Blaze just falls back, gets onto the high ground, looks to play the elevation, and a good distraction here as Victex though does confirm up Salty. Now David and the rest of VIP need to figure out whether or not they want to push or just defend that zone. I think realistically, just defending the zone is probably going to be a much wiser decision to make here. Meanwhile, Resilience and Upgrade Max, ooh, about to settle it, and there we have it.
Yeah, not even a fight really. It was in full swing for a few seconds and then it was just shut down. The man himself, quadruple 6, and also Baby Tank putting up the big numbers. Actually, Fear will be the first to fall. Hopefully can get rezzed up by his teammates, but as of right now, they're still looking very healthy in this game. So do also VIP. As a trio, 8 eliminations. They got themselves some good fights early on in this match, eliminating 2 entire squads by themselves. So they can definitely be proud about what they've achieved so far here on the grassy pastures of Erangel. The first one of many to come. Well, many. 2 more. If that's many to you, then we agree. Otherwise, it's a few more Erangels, technically. This Elementrix. Actually, really good smoke wall here. These 2 smokes positioned very nicely, really denying vision from not only Region 8, but also Upgrade down south of its location. So Elementrix really trying to just play that survival game, trying to redeem this match, get a few placement points, maybe a few eliminations as a solo. And that alone could keep them at the top of the rankings, looking to compete with the big boys of Equinox. Headed in game 3. So now we're going over to Boatyard. DK, this is a fun fight to see. You don't see it very often. It's going to be straight out of Nepal, fighting and clashing with the lads of AFL.
Well, Max, I can hear a little smile in your voice there because you said you wanted to see a Boatyard finish. We're not quite there, but we're close enough to have Boatyard be in the last few phases. A quick wrap-up coming on to Upgrade there as the sprays are just so on point here. But I like what Wolves are doing. Right, the Mentrix just keeping that position secure, just inching their way further and further forward, trying to get into those next few stages. And of course, already being in with only 5 teams left, right? From here on, the placement points really start to rack up. And VIP, though, I just saw that they have 11 eliminations under their belt. They are the next potential team to contest for that smash rule. They still need a few more. Not quite sure if they are going to be able to unlock 18 points at this stage, in addition to what they've already been able to bring to the table. But this puts them right up there in the mix.
Really does. It's going to be right up there. Oh, he's actually trying to make his way. Oh, what? That's a sick angle. Wait a minute. I don't see that used very often. Actually, I'm going to lie. I said never. I didn't know you could do that. I'm not going to try and fake that. I knew you could do that. I didn't know you could do that. That's actually a really cool trick to just get a bit of elevation. You wouldn't expect to have someone up there. You wouldn't really peek it naturally. You would just go to the low ground, look for the headshots. You wouldn't peek really at that kind of angle. So, hey, who knows? Maybe you could have a bit of an impact and get some nice insight. As over to the side of the circle, Elementrix still alive. How does he bloody do it? This guy is just an absolute snake, able to weasel his way through the grass and the bushes. Now the fight's being brought over to the entirety of Region 8. It's just one player remaining as AFL looking to suffocate them out in the grass. In a distance, this VIP also looking to slow down this push. Somewhat actually because of that is keeping Region 8's solo player safe. But I don't think that's going to be the case for very long. As AFL, good use of the ridge. VIP, similar playstyle. But straight out of Nepal, they're the true kind of X factor of this game, looking to go for the swift exit outside of Boatyard. The moment they do it at DK, I think this game is really going to start to speed up and turn things up to 11.
Yeah, well, let's see if they brought any dials with them, because we are now left with our final 4 teams to show us exactly who is going to be making their run for their winner chicken dinner. And I have to say, AFL, they look like probably the most likely team to get their hands on said chicken. But is it going to be in the bag? Well, that is to be determined at this point. And looking at the spread that we have coming through from the side of VIP, I mean, Max, they've just been so aggressive here, capitalizing on elimination after elimination. And if AFL is not careful, they could fall victim to that exact strategy.
Really could be an issue. So many 6 traps could be used, but it's going to be down to the last 3 squads. A trio, a trifecta. It's Wolves, it's VIP, it's AFL, but especially keep in mind, it's still Elementrix as a solo. Can he subvert expectations? Can he snatch it away from the grasp of the enemy teams? The answer is going to be no, apparently, as he gets eliminated from that game. Still a really good achievement, able to get 5 placement points as a solo. That is an insane win for him. Deserving of his flowers after that. Definitely looking to celebrate. As AFL looking good, looking like a dominant force, like a tidal wave, a tsunami, just rolling over the hills, looking to overtake all of VIP. Reyes, though, belly on the ground, looking to find Icy here with a shotgun. He does get it with the S12K, looking to convert it now onto an extra member. Unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit too tough of a task at hand. As David, left stranded, going for the first aid, making the push forward. He's got 1 nade, which could be huge. It could be the nail in the coffin push. But maybe his attempt will be to go for the revive onto his teammate. As the nade is chugged. Good throw. Unfortunately, not close enough. He's going to look for that final 1v1, and he's just not going to connect. GG, well played, as AFL will be your second winner chicken dinner team of the evening.
I mean, that was an interesting push coming right there at the end, right? That nade changeover back onto the main weapon just happening a little bit too slow. But you know what? Alpha 4 Legends, a very well-deserved winner chicken dinner. They just held such a strong position up on the elevated hills over the beautiful headshot hills itself, and love to see that for them. But now the big question comes is, Max, have they been able to unlock that extra little bit of an opportunity, right? Of course, we did see them all the way in that 5th place coming in. They were sat with 88 points to their name, but is that going to be enough to put them in potential contention for Smash?
I mean, they were in 4th place at the start of today. Sure, they did slip a little bit on match 1 on Rondo, but they are technically in that convo. They are in the fray with everyone up there as a true contender that could get realistically in the Smash Zone and being able to convert it with the win. It might take a bit longer for them to get to that point, but it's still in the cards for good old Alpha 4 Legends. So strong chicken dinner, very elimination oriented too, so able to play that ridge line outside of Boatyard really efficiently, kind of zoning teams away in a really strong fashion. And because of that, you know what, actually giving me a little bit more hope that maybe Alpha Legends have what it takes to be a true top tier squad here, and maybe be at the very top and overtaking our boys of Equinox. The Equinox, not gonna lie, DK, kinda fumbling the bag, not able to get in the Smash Zone 2 games in a row, especially with one of those maps being Rondo. Maybe a champion is gonna be built, and it might not be Equinox.
Yeah, I mean, that's very likely, right? Looking at the pacing that we've been seeing so far, I wouldn't be surprised if that was kind of the same momentum all the way through to the end. But you got to give credit here to Alpha 4 Legends, a strong contribution that they brought here. Walking away with 6 eliminations, not the craziest, fattest chicken that we've seen, but you know what? It'll do. It'll help just push them a little bit closer and keep the pressure as high as they can, because we still potentially might have 4 matches to work through, and anything can change in that. But of course, if a team like Alpha 4 Legends steps up into Smash on the next game, right, we might only make it into that, what, 4th, 5th game of the day?
Could be. It could be a very limited amount of matches based on if the Smash is going to be converted by them, but at the end is going to be down to can they get in the Smash zone in time. 3 eliminations headed the way of Iri though, and then there's going to be a really good spread overall for all of the players, but good presence overall. They can be very proud of that chicken dinner this match round. But Elementrix, I really want to highlight this guy again. How in hell does he make it into the podium as a solo in an open finish like that? There's no way in hell that should usually happen, and yeah, he just kept prevailing and standing tall. Well, not standing tall. Really, he was barely on the ground trying to stay hidden, but, you know, standing tall in terms of overall placement points. So Wolves able to kind of scurry away with a few points that they shouldn't get in 1,000 years, in my opinion. So they were given the golden goose. Hopefully, they can actually convert that in a big win at the end of today.
Yeah, I mean, that would be ideal. That would be nice to see, but it's all going to depend on how the teams come through in the next match. So far, already making a few statements as to how the teams could be looking to try and drive this one home. But I like where it's going, right? Some nice showing of aggression there. And of course, that is exactly the kind of momentum that teams need to bring in here if they want to make that statement and claim the main prize at the end of the day, right? That big old seat taking them over to the PMGO. So there's a lot of pressure, and I kind of like it. I kind of like it. Is it nerve-wracking for the squads? Most likely. But you know what? They're here for a reason, because they have the skill to work through this pressure and still come out on the other side not being rattled to pieces, right? So, yeah, mad respect going out to them either which way. But heavy utilities, not as heavy as we saw over on the Rondo side, but you know what? It's still going to look quite interesting indeed. R8, I like what they were doing here, right? Really leaning into that slightly more ranged approach.
I really have to say Regionate, otherwise I'm thinking of the MENA team, the Saudi teams. I need to say Regionate, but no, yeah, overall, really good presence in terms of nades, 19 nades, 21, also smokes being used up in this game, and able to make it very deep in the match. It was a very good defense on the dip, especially next to Mini School over to the east. The transition, I think, was just a little bit poorly executed, where they sent in the center on those dips, and the things, the dips are good and the ridges are strong, but unfortunately, if you do not clear your angles, teams easily are going to have a vantage point on you, and you're just going to crumble instantly. So I think today is something that they can look to maybe fix in the future, is just making sure that if you go to position, you or clear the angle or go somewhere else, because otherwise teams in the lobby of this caliber are going to be looking to punish you. Match standings though, 20-pointer for VIP. Whew, bringing the heat here on good old Erangel. Followed up by then AFL with short, low eliminations, but able to give himself the chicken dinner, so that's going to make up for it with 16 points. And actually kind of top heavy in terms of overall points secured by even the likes of Upgrade. They got 9 eliminations, Region 8 got 6, Wolves got 3, of course, with the survival time of Elementrix, able to get himself in the podium with those 5 placement points. So a lot of teams in the race. That right now, DK is going to make it very intense. We could have multiple teams that could be able to get in the Smash Zone in our next Erangel match.
Yep, it's very, very possible, and especially with VIP walking away with such a strong performance, I wouldn't be too surprised if that was to happen, and especially looking at what we have over on this next page, right? Equinox having a few bubbles over there, that's not what you want if you are trying to not only catch the Smash rule, but step up and claim this whole entire event. So if they want to try and do that, well, I'm pretty sure they want to, but you know, if they are looking to achieve that, they're gonna have to fix it up, right? The next game, they will have to come back a lot more stronger. And of course, I want to see that determination, right? Showing us that they are here and they mean business, and they weren't just a team that was able to secure themselves a good finish on the first 2 days.
Gotta be determined, as the MVP brought to you by the Infinix GT50 Pro is going to be David. Good old David of VIP Esports, able to rack up a total of 7 limbs. GG, well played. I do really like this system. In ESA, it's a little bit different. The MVP of the game always has to be on the winning team. I do like the fact that here it doesn't have to be a part of the winning team, so this is going to be David in absolute banging fashion at the end, able to secure himself that award. Though, can we see some more presence of VIP outside of that single game here? That will be a really good thing for them to achieve. I really can't wait to see the leaderboards here, DK. I feel like it's going to be a big race here between so many squads at the very tippy top of the rankings to be crowned your champions, of course, securing the only slot, because other regions is a bit more forgiving, DK. You're looking at MENA, you're looking at ECA, you're looking at Turkey, you're looking at SA. They got 3, 4, 5, 6 slots for themselves. Here, it's punishing. You're in second place, still doing this like decently well, but not enough to represent NA on the global stage of PMGO Season 1.
Yep, it means the stakes are just really, really high across the board, and you can't really afford to make any slips, right? You need to maintain that focus as best you can. But speaking about focus, it is time for us to focus on round number next. So that means we are going to be hopping into a quick break. Stay tuned, and we'll see you right back on the other side.
Alpha 4 Legends just secured our first chicken dinner on a good old Erangel. We still have 2 more to come your way. Of course, we'll see if there's going to be secured by them. Maybe other contenders looking to make their way into the Smash Zone. That is going to be the main storyline. We are back for our next game today, about to reach the halfway point. What could be maybe the halfway point of day 3 here of PMGO NA Season 1 Finals, and things are getting real dicey. As yet here, DK, we have yet to see a single team make their way into the Smash Zone, so things are getting even more intense at the very tippy top of these rankings.
It's quite interesting to look at, right? Everybody is getting closer and closer. It's like they're building up all this anticipation. Somebody just needs to be the one to break it, right? They just need to rip that band-aid off and just go straight forward. And of course, speaking about band-aids, well, we are going to wrap it into our lovely rankings here. As you can see, VIP now sitting with a very comfortable 129 points, just 4 points away from Equinox, right? No change on that Equinox side. So yeah, that should be quite stressful. And I mean, realistically, we could potentially maybe have all the way up onto the Alpha 4 Legends looking to contest for that position.
Yeah, really, it's going to be a multiple horse race that I thought it was going to be initially just Equinox, then it was the side of Wolves joining the fray, then it's going to be VIP, then it was Upgrade, now it's really AFL. Are we going to see a win from Entity where they could also technically get in the Smash Zone? Hey, possibly. We could have so many teams being able to be in contention for that title. And also keep in mind, for those who maybe are not too familiar with the Smash ruling, if you Smash, if you do get a win and you were eligible for Smash ruling, and you do not have more points than, let's say, another team in this rankings in first or second place, it doesn't matter, you still become the champions and you will be the team to advance straight into the main event in Jakarta of PMGO Season 1 main event. A lot on the line, of course, so if you do get the Smash, even if it's a Smash actually, DK, in the last game, it will still have such an impact because of the fact only one slot is available for North America.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite a bit of pressure, right? I mean, it's scary all at the same time, because looking at a team like Equinox, right? They worked hard. Day 1, day 2, they were consistent. They was up there. They got themselves, you know, all those winner chicken dinners that they were able to secure. And then having the fact that a team behind you that just so happens to have a phenomenal day 3 can steal all of that away from you. Literally take it from your hands, right? It's like, you worked so hard, but thank you so much. You just set the standard, and here we go. It is now ours. I mean, that would be quite disappointing, and that's why we're hoping to see a team looking to bounce back through all of this.
Yeah, but you know what? If you want to bounce back yourself at home in PUBG Mobile, and maybe also in PUBG Mobile Esports if you are semi-pro or maybe a pro itself, which, why you're not playing, a little bit weird. But of course, the entirety of the tournament brought to you by the Infinix GT50 Pro. If you want to get your own, make sure to scan that QR code down on the screen. And brought to you also by the insane 120 FPS, which really, if you want to play PUBG Mobile casually as a semi-pro or a pro, the 120 frames brought to you by this device is absolutely necessary. It's a must. If you have another device, you've got 2 FPS, how the hell are we going to become a pro? 120 is truly what you need on top of the liquid cooling. So all of that makes up for an amazing device. And actually, DK, on this device, I've done a little bit of my due diligence when it comes to the Infinix GT50 Pro. They have an esports mode, which also all the players usually use in these LAN events. So esports mode, come on, bro. It's the device that you need if you want to make it in this esports scene.
Yeah, and of course that the 120 FPS is in the peak performance locked mode, right? So it ensures that you stay there. You can stay there for longer because you've got, as you said, that beautiful cooling system. So excited to see all the features that the device has. I would definitely love to have my hands on one, right? I just want to play with it. Just want to see how good I am at PUBG then. Just imagine.
Yeah, you just instantly get to Conqueror, Ultimate Royale, you get to the highest rank, and you qualify through the in-game qualifiers for your regional PMNC in South Africa, and you just become the best player in the world. You're beating top, you're doing 1v1s with Doc, taking out the biggest names out there. DK, I think, why are you doing here? Why are you casting the games when you should be playing? Because you can easily 1v63 these entire lobbies. Do it, bro, come on.
Yeah, 1v63, that sounds like fair odds, right? I mean, why not? Anybody can do it. Yeah, but it's going to be, yeah, if only, right? I think that would be pretty crazy to try and hold through. I mean, based on what we've been seeing out on the battlefield, right? I would suffer already, right? Like, it would be no competition to a lot of these players. I mean, you know me, I'm a loot goblin. I'm just going to be sitting there looting the whole entire time. So what's gonna happen?
You would be the loot truck. You would be a moving loot truck because you have so much loot in your backpack. They'll be like, oh, chase down DK, take him out, you're going to get like 50 MG3s, 40 P90s, all the meds, tier 3 vests and helmets you would ever need for your lifetime, for your entire bloody lifetime. That is TK, ladies and gentlemen, and this on your screen is a plane, and this in the distance is Erangel. Match 2 of Erangel is now unfolding in front of our very eyes. It's going to be a plane path of George Pole over to good old Nova Rip Neuer. Teams going to be making their way to their main drop locations. And we didn't really see any weird early game fights last game, right? Like, we sure did lose one early member from, I believe it was Equinox. It was secured by maybe NG. Definitely one of the lower squads on our rankings, which is a little bit unfortunate. They're going to be very careful to not lose an early member here because, again, they want to make in the Smash Zone. They're already stretching it, not able to make in the first 2 games, one Erangel and especially one Rondo. They need to go on that redemption arc and get there this match, or otherwise, teams we saw it has been closing that gap, and they might just be missing out on an easy win here in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely could be missing out on it, but let's hope that that is not the case. Let's hope that this is the game in which we see them absolutely lock in. I mean, you got to be scared with a team like VIP, right? What they've been able to pull off in just these short few games. Wolves also trying a few different angles here, but not having that exact same level of success. And of course, now with the zone pulling back over towards Everest, this is where I think it opens up quite a bit of an opportunity, especially up towards the northern edge. And speaking about the north, though, Rozhok, Equinox, they're in trouble.
Yep, it's going to be a bit dicey here. Got to be careful where you play this early stage. Forced right into Rozhok. And interesting they committed to it. I think this is a major, major fumble we are witnessing from them committing to a hot drop. I mean, why would you when you literally need to get in the Smash Zone? But they're looking to take it. It's going to be Apex here, looking to get involved, making a push, looking for those members. Thing is, if they do get these points, they need 5 points to get in the Smash Zone, right? It's 138. They would already pretty much be more than halfway there. Actually, 4/5 of the way there. So it would be important if they can actually win it. Even losing a member or 2 would be worth it in that state. Of course, it's a hot drop, meaning you never know what's going to happen. Nice knock found onto Jimmy. That's a headshot on the Scar. Apex looking now to kind of use that man advantage to really commit to the engage. A second member falls. Apex ruining the day of Equinox here. And to be genuinely honest, this is the fault of Equinox. They did this to themselves. They have 2 players on the northern western side, inside of the warehouse. Yeah, I think Equinox are missing out on an easy championship win, and teams just behind them are licking their lips like, oh yes, keep dying early. This is the best setup we could ever ask for.
Yeah, I mean, they're essentially just creating that opportunity for teams behind them to play a good old game of catch up. And I mean, Apex not going to be one of those teams, right? They've got 54 points. They can't get 80 points in the remaining matches of the day. So I don't see that one happening, but definitely they are playing the upset here, right? I did say that in the previous matches, I've not really seen a team further down the rankings using that power, but it seems like Apex definitely, they have unlocked that skill, even if it is like you said, right? Equinox's own doing. It's still looking pretty decent here for Apex as they move up. They've got the numbers, they've got the confidence, but can they get the hit? So far, not quite there, but surprise, getting what his name brought to him. Absolutely jumped, and down he goes. Now, it all turns to Meng, and Meng now has to play the best game of hide and seek that he's played in a very, very long time.
You could see he was very desperate to flush that one. Because
Yeah.
they would just want to get every point they can secure, get closer to that point threshold. But Meng, we know Meng, again, MVP contender for the entirety of this tournament. Here, he's going to be tested. Fight's coming to him. Swapping on it straight to the pump. That's a good opening knock onto Edu. Now able to get a bit more elevation, going straight for the rooftop. Apex is going to go for the heal. So, Meng, you can't lose some time here. You need to go on the offensive. You need to be looking for those extra knocks. Otherwise, the reset back up to another 1v3. Things are looking bad. He does get the reset, and I think he knows it. C4 explodes on the door frame. Not going to do anything significant. Still with the pump in hand, looking to just storm the staircase. Edu also going for the first aid. He's up to 75% HP. Things are looking terrible for Meng as he reloads. He's down to just now 4 bullets. And going for the full reload. Get some damage once again. Meng doing so much work as a solo. But even then, they just keep getting the reset, and he gets overwhelmed in the end. That is it. Game over. Equinox again failing to make it in the smash zone.
And
For the
you know what's
BM.
unfortunate? Like, that play right there could cost him 2.5 grand.
Ooh.
Right? That's the difference between first and second, right? So quite a bit of a gap with regards to that. And I mean, especially if you're Apex, right? You're not going to mind, because especially if Apex moves from 13th to 12th place, they get an extra $100, right? So every push they bring to the foreground here is them essentially bagging a larger portion of that prize pool. So there's going to be a lot of pressure here to see who's going to look to finish strong here, right? Who's going to get what share of the overall play. And also, there's also the PMGC points, Max. Right? That's also a thing that's happening here today. So wherever these teams can finish, the higher up it is, the more points they have.
I'm really happy you bring that up. I did bring it up also yesterday with Niptra, talking about how really this tournament is not just the ticket to PMGO Season 1 in Jakarta.
Yeah.
It's also the entry point for PMWC and for PMGC with those PMGC points. So pretty much this tournament will dictate how your entire 2026 season will unfold. So having a good start is very important if you want to be a contender for those big global tournaments, which don't just have a $500,000 prize pool like PMGO. No. PMWC, PMGC, that's $3 million per tournament. $6 million total. Actually, technically 7 million, because we do have 2 PMGOs happening, one in Pakistan and one in Indonesia. So yeah, it might just be the spring season, but this spring season is very important. Could be deciding if you make it or not to these next global LAN events. Cole, 9Z Globin, going to be going for the big send on the Eastern Bridge. It's going to be defended, though, by straight out of Nepal. Spent on the steel beams. And with the third-person perspective, making it very easy to gather some intel on Cole and also Eragods. He's going to go on the lower portion of the bridge. Cole, I'm not sure he's aware. He has no idea. He's right there, literally right above him, playing hide and seek. He shows his back, but he's not going to shoot because Eragods also is going to be on a very similar path. The moment he sees the 2 players in his scope, that should be an easy 2 for 1. Come on, Spence. Can't wait for too long. He takes the shot, misses a few at the start, but he does find it. Now going on the low ground. Cole looking to fight back. Where is the backup, though, for Spence? They're forcing him in a 1v1, which really is a bit of a risk here. He makes the jump over the steel beam and will get flushed on out. Big mistake from straight out of Nepal. They will look and redeem it in some fashion. Looking to atone for that mistake. But given another 1v1 here, what is straight out of Nepal doing, DK? This is the biggest throw of this tournament, possibly, alongside the hot drop of Equinox.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the plan is here, but that is not the way to get it secured. I think Wolf just has to just abandon this position, right? Because he's out in the blue. He is going to be tanking quite a bit of damage, and so far 9Z Global has just been absolutely dominating them here. But they do want a little bit of that vengeance play. So yeah, I think this is where the ego might be stepping in the way. 9Z does go down, but straight out in a bowl, losing a decent chunk of health. And now they have 2.5 kilometers to rotate back into the safety of the next zone.
Oh, they got such a stretch between themselves and the play area. Okay, well, I would not want to be them. Really bad situation for Sun. NG also on a quick little pivot, making their way next to good old Everest here in this map. Actually, yeah, sending Blinky up there. Not bad. Definitely in a decent position on this circle. Is it going to be an actual Everest finish? Unlikely. But from there, can get a lot of good insight, able to spot players at pretty much max render distance, so they're going to get some good intel. Good scouting could be coming through, especially if they have a good scope. If they have a 6x or an 8x, they can really have a lot of pinpoint accurate kind of intel coming their way. As outside of this, some teams also going for their wide eastern rotate. AFL, Upgrade, Apex making their way in the playing area. As car crashes are happening, it's going to be on box compound. Things are getting a bit hectic, as you can see on the screen here on the picture-in-picture. And it's going to be Entity also looking to defend their position on the map. As yeah, here it's going to be EVG, Region 8, crash one by one. And this is a mistake. I'm going to be very critical here. Why are we seeing crashes fights where players go one by one after another, you're just asking to lose that fight because you're giving an advantage to your opposition. As Nika left stranded, looking for the push on that player, solo inside of the shed, and it's just not going to work out. Region A, again, eliminated early and getting only a single point for their troubles.
Yeah, it's difficult to say, Max. I think that might be them maybe try and come through with a bit of a revenge play on there, right? The teammate can take it down. They're like, "Oh no, you didn't," and then the other side just says, "Well, yes, I did, and thank you for the rest of your team." Right? Just swoops them up, gobbles them up, and walks away with the elimination points.
I just want to open up this conversation here. This is where I want to jump on it. I think it is a knockoff effect of teams being like, we're not going to make it to top one. We don't care as much. So we're not being desperate. We're just like, we'll push, I guess. Like that, they might be literally saying that word for word. But the thing is, as you mentioned earlier, also just to bring it up again, PMGC points. Literally, you are maybe throwing your entire year down the drain because you just don't care. And I feel like that is just a terrible mentality to have at this stage.
Yeah. No, fully agree with you, right? You got to maintain that focus all the way to whenever this event ends, right? Because of Smash Rule, it could happen at any point, and yeah, it could be quite a surprising play, though, as you said, right? Teams putting themselves in quite a bit of a predicament. It does seem like we are going to be having Everest still being in play for a little while longer. I'm really hoping that the zone pulls over to either Ruins or shifts up towards the north, right there where Evo is situated, right up onto the evolution position. I mean, that is going to be quite challenging for the entirety of the lobby here. But I think the team that would realistically at this point maybe have a little bit more of a tough rotation to make is going to be Upgrade, right? Very spread out on the edges, and they have not really been able to get a good foothold coming into this next phase. Speaking about footholds, though, Wolves, they've got it locked in.
Really good knock on that play on the roof. There was some elevation that was really so important to them. Actually going to be very detrimental to Wolves, but they get rid of it pretty much instantly. As Elementrix, the survivor of match 2, gets taken on out. Still possible res, right? But you might want to make sure you eliminate your competition because that res is going to be easily naded if you do not do it in a safe space. Actually, as I say that, they seem like they might just get away with murder. Yep, that's it. Elementrix back on his 2 feet. Ruins is going to be a bit of a focal point this game, possibly. If you have a decent hard shift to the eastern side. Mariondo going far too wide in the open, getting punished for that disrespectful play. He tried to get the surprise drop onto them, but it just did not work out. As Malcriado, again on the rooftop, able to get back up into a decent, healthy condition. But the nade is there! Does not result in a knock, but will force him back into hiding, going back down to the low ground, into his car, into the UAZ, looking to regroup with his comrades. But it's not going to be permitted. Slonic with a back shot here on the head. And that's going to be a nice extra second elimination. And Wolves only 2 points away right here, DK, from VIP. And they're getting very close to that smash zone. They could be making it possibly this game if they can convert a big podium finish.
Yeah, they definitely can. And I like the spacing going through from the Wolves. Very efficient as they move through the compound. Like, almost a tactical approach here, right? That they clean it up room by room as they move through. But there's not these kinds of strategies up on the mountain, right? It is pretty much more of a anything goes at this point. As NZ still looking to contest Vatic, but both sides well within reach of each other. As you can see, the utilities now starting to connect on through. Salty taking a decent chunk of damage. XP3 getting picked up by his own teammates there. And this is a golden opportunity now for NZ to be an absolute menace. Kiddo, beautiful hits there over the top. Blaze goes down. Salty, Clowns, the final 2 contenders left to push on forward. But NZ doesn't look like they're going to be backing off of this. Instead, they are going to be looking to send out even more, cooking the utilities. And this nade could spell absolute disaster now for Vatic. The blue catches up and forces their hand. Kiddo trying to seal the fate. Goes in for the finish. Instead, gets traded off himself. And now it turns to the rest of NZ. Can they bring it together? So far, it is an absolute yes. But of course, they have to fall back into zone and get out of another third body.
Not able to absolve that fight, though. Unfortunately, there's going to be a big conglomerate of teams on top of this mountain, on top of Everest itself. There's just going to be non-stop action here in the heavens as VC is going to be looking to capitalize on this opportunity created for themselves as they do encounter a wounded NG. Lux. Oh, that's going to be some damage connected by the blue zone. Going to be forcing back on his knees into submission. It's Blinky, Kiddo, Killer. Unfortunately for them, kind of forced in a fight that they cannot escape. It's or you win the engagement or you just go scurrying away in the blue and deny the point. Because I don't see any vehicles, and without cars, chances are that chances of escape is incredibly, incredibly low. Killer, though, on the front line, able to tank a lot of that initial damage from the nades, and that's actually wasting a lot of the resources of Venture Inc., which they would hope to hold on to. Actually, I did like NG did have some cars kind of hidden away out in the blue, and that is going to be the escape path. They do leave Killer stranded as a solo, but it is worth it for the betterment of the overall squad.
Yeah. The good old bait and switch, and off they go. But maybe Killer is confident enough to contest the rest of Everest over here. As you can see, the lobby going pretty crazy, but this could be a very quick end. Oh, is it going to happen? Yep, very accurate hits coming through here from Axel. Just make it look rather so effortless. And I think Venture, right, they're not going to shy away from points coming their way. Yes, they are now essentially almost right on the doorstep rather of where Vatic found themselves before they got taken out. So just a little bit more of a push, right? Almost within the placement point territory, and they could of course award themselves not only an upgrade within that prize pool, but also those PMGC points heading their way. And I mean, it's always exciting to see how teams approach this, right? What that kind of mindset is moving into these last few plays. But Resilience, though, actually, I'd say they've been having a fairly respectable day, right? Not the craziest one, but they've attempted a bit of a bounce back.
Yeah, a few consistent points here and there can get you far in the world of PUBG Mobile esports. This upgrade, though, not going to make it far in terms of area of the zone under their control, so they do have to make a push forward. They do have a hovercraft, which, you know, can make a world of difference in these open-ended finishes. Fox Power had a bit of a redemption arc on day 2. Did fall flat afterwards. In 14th position, not really much to lose as they do encounter the full-on Wrath of NG. Well, I say Wrath, apparently it's going to be the Fox Wrath because they're dominating that fight, yet to suffer a single casualty this fight. As that's end of the line, NG fully eliminated, swept under the rug. That is going to be a nice amount of points secured by the Foxes. Able to make their way into the hen house. Now back on over to this big point of contention, which was going to be the entirety of Everest. So many teams and players got eliminated up here. The winners of that were going to be Venture Inc. The upgrade might have a different plan in mind as the nade is beautiful into fear, who will not result in a knock just yet. As they go downhill, very predictable. The upgrade are not looking to have the advantage. Better to reposition away, and he does get himself in the car away from this hellish location. As Baby Tang, though, left behind. Again, very similar to Killer earlier, DK. Left to take the fight solo, and he even gets third party from a distance by Team Entity.
Ooh. Well, that is an unfortunate ending, but either which way, it's going to have to happen at some point. Now, Venture looking pretty confident up atop the hill here. They already have those 3 eliminations up, but I think it spurred a little bit of adrenaline in them, Max. They are now amped up and ready to roll as there's only 9 squads remaining. But this is where Upgrade also now gets another opportunity to show whether or not they are here and they are going to try and bring in that push to close the gap, right? Only a few more points to go. It's not going to be impossible, but it is going to be a relatively difficult task here, as they don't quite have the elimination numbers to back that position up. But Entity, though, they are not going to be flinching to anything, right? Just staying in the compound, trying to get a good read on the zone. And this could actually be a nice opportunity, right? Very centralized up into the current circle. So this could be the point of contention here. But Ace almost looks a little bit a little bit done with waiting, right? Just wants to see the shots already, just wants to get involved in the engagement, and Donka might be looking to deliver on that front.
Can get a bit crazy if they can close the gap. Oh, there's a little puppet thing on the door frame. Okay, he's just camping there, I guess. Oh, the observers are just really looking. It's like, oh, how did he get up there? We don't know. We don't know. The
That's
upgrade.
a good question.
Yeah. FS. I never know. Should I call him FS or quadruple 6? I think everyone knows quadruple 6 is FS. So you know what? I'm going to go ahead and start saying just FS, not quadruple 6 anymore, because people should know. And if you don't, now you know. Quadruple 6 indeed is the previous FS player, just with a bit of a rename. is also going to be there with his teammate Fear. Good building, and I do like the way they're doing this. They're working in a symbiotic relationship with the side of Team Entity. Just, okay, we're not a full squad. Let's work together to hold off, especially the side of Ventru Inc. And if you do that successfully, we both start getting placement points on board. So it would be a similar win for the two teams. So now 9 squads remain. One more to get eliminated means placement points will start to kind of flow in the direction of these squads. As our observer really likes this window. He keeps going there. It's like it's his happy place.
He definitely is not using a Mac. I can tell you that much, right? He really likes his windows.
He does. He loves it. But we're here on mobile devices, so we all love the Android. Ooh, that's the real best one.
And it can fit through a window quite comfortably. Makes sense.
Yeah, true. Definitely correct.
Yeah.
That was a weird segue, but fair enough. Always got to get used to it with you, DK, of these weird moments, but that is typical DK fashion. Wolves looking to make an exit of Ruins. We'll see if they can ruin the day for RTP. It's going to be a one solo player in Molina. Actually able to kind of bob and weave his way through. Able to dodge a few incoming bullets, but not for long as ICT with the Yor getting that cheeky headshot, the flush, and the full squad wipe. That's going to be the end. Look at the leaderboard. So many bottom teams, right? Except for the likes of VT and Apex got squad wiped. This is a really big game where the top teams in particular could look to create a lead and maybe for a few squads in particular make their way into the Smash Zone for the first time of PMGO NA.
I mean, there's several things here that could look to motivate teams and get them just to keep that focus on point. And, well, let's see how this is going to pan out now for the Wolves, Evo, and Apex's. Spence still has a very long way to go, but not too far really to be too phased about the rotation. I hope to see it come through relatively quickly though, right? You can't be just spending the time out on the edge there, essentially just giving away that elimination. I mean, sure, you don't want to give it to an opposing team, but Apex still in a position where they could still have a bit of a say as to the outcome of this game. So looking forward to that one. Meanwhile, Evo getting ready for a charge up the hillside. Not going to be trying to overextend their reach just yet, but VIP, Wolves, even Upgrade, all patiently awaiting some kind of a formation as the teams will have to form into the zone. Wolves, though, they have the full squad available, and this could be their opportunity to not only jump ahead of VIP, but also, Max, get themselves right up into Smash Point.
Really could be. I mean, it's 138. Keep in mind, at the top of the rankings, you can see on the right side of your screen, they need an extra 9 points, and it could be up there. And 9 points when you get towards the top 5, you know what, that could easily head in your direction. Good for them. So now still have 4 members. The hovercraft not in working condition would have been such a great vehicle to work with, as the observer was trying to get in the car with them. He's part of Wolves. He's the 5th player. They didn't get rid of Spence though. Oh my goodness, this could be terrible. He's got 1 nade. I was going to say, yeah, go for the nade first. Get knocked with a nade, then you go over to your main AR and try and just spray transfer on whoever's remaining against you. But they have no idea here, DK. This could spell disaster for Wolves and their chances of making in the Smash Zone as the nades running on down. It's going to be turning into a mini raid zone over here. Dicey able to tank it. The nade coming up, and it's going to be slightly too short for Spence.
Oh, Spence is going to be happy about that. But the spray, it is in, it is done, and Apex are out of it. Now, 7 teams remain to fight it out here, but look at the numbers of how many players are still alive, right? Almost every squad, aside from Upgrade, has 3 players or more left in their roster, and it is going to be AFL now, having their numbers starting to get just chipped away on as the Wolves let loose. That is 1 down. Yuck could be the next. The Wolves are starting to circle. They have caught scent. Now they're going to try and close it up. But so is the rest of the lobby. You can see a full push going through there as Evo tries to just kind of keep their distance. They want to get involved in the engagement, but don't want to get caught in the crossfire. It does seem like, well, they can't avoid it altogether as the shots come through. Yuck. Is this a good farewell? As Alpha 4 now, Yuck just moves into essentially nowhere, Max, just out in the open.
Yeah, not going to be making it easy to play from. Come on, AFL. Yuck maybe able to get a few more placements on board. I mean, you are making it to top 7, so you are definitely going to get something out of this match. So it's going to be a crash. Vatic looking to encroach on that high ground terrain on the plateau. It's going to be Upgrade there, and also Team Entity. Call for Upgrade, by the way. They could third party away. Those cars just being flung outside of the building entirely, nowhere near here anymore. That's going to be the supercar taking a bit of a scratch on that new paint. As the third party is going to be also unfolding. It's going to be VIP going for the wide southern rotate. Going to get that surprise drop onto them as Entity able to win out the fight. That is going to be it. Vatic fully eliminated. Not Vatic, sorry. VT is going to be Ventru. Very confusing. You got VTC and VT. So my brain on 3 a.m., I guess. But overall, Wolves able to also win their strong Eastern fight, able to successfully make an exit. And I'm going to say it, DK, was saved by other teams. If Spence was able to strike and get a duo, oh my goodness, Wolves would have been instantly eliminated upon that exit from the Ruins area.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been... I think it would have been quite interesting to see how that could have unfolded here, but now it is going to be Replica coming through with a quick trip back into the lobby as the Wolves, they are here. They mean business. Max, 1 point to catch up to Equinox and a few more to go. They only need 5 points. If they go out in third place, that is those 5 points guaranteed for them, and that would put them right in Smash, but they're gonna have to survive all the way up until that point. AFL, though, gonna try and play for survivability, and somehow, miraculously, Yuck is still alive. You said it before, not the easiest position to get out of, but that is the quickest way to get out of the car.
I don't know why he got into the car. I think it makes you a little bit of an easier target for Wolves, but... well, that was just not meant to be for AFL. It seems down to the last 4 teams. You go side VIP, Wolves, Upgrade, and Team Entity. Now for VIP, looking to go on a bit of a sweeping motion down southeast. But Wolves, yeah, you said if they can get themselves this game, if they can get further up, get 5 more, they will be the first team in the Smash Zone. And I'm sure that Team Equinox will just be biting their nails in stress, looking at this game unfolding right now. Like, please don't make it. But it's not looking too good for them. As Slonic, sure, nade to the face. Not an impossible res to go for. It's just going to make that transition into the zone a little bit harder to execute. As VIP, being them, you should be hungry for these points. You should be hungry to fight and willing to do so. And commit and be aggressive. As Victex next to 4 is going to be a one-on-one trade. Baton, though, looking for the elimination out in the blue zone. The blue zone is going to do the work and help him out. It's down to 1 now. Wolves looking to redeem it. Can they salvage this fight? As necessary, peeking around the side of the supercar. That bush is a little bit sus. It's Reyes not committing for the heal, and thanks to that, it's going to be the win over for Wolves. They take the fight, they take the skirmish, get the eliminations, get the points. 11 eliminations, dominating this game, and now looking for this one straggling player of Upgrade. It's going to be Fear going into the supercar, trying to dodge and weave. It's not going to be enough though. Upgrade will have the final say in terms of eliminations. Upgrade. And also Wolves making it way closer to that Smash Zone.
Yeah, like I said, third place finish, that's 5 points. They needed 5 points when they had 8 eliminations. They got, 3 more. Look at that finish. Entity just rushing in, could barely wait to get their hands on that. Winner with a chicken did an absolute insanity unfolding on the battlefield here. But very exciting finish. I mean, teams, right, looking to play a very opportunistic position, and Entity just found the golden one there, right? They just jumped at the opportunity, moved on forward, and that, Max, could also put them a lot closer to being in contention. I'm not quite sure, though, if they're going to be able to catch it, but they might be up there.
We just need to wait for the leaderboards to see what's going to be the main storyline headed in our second half of today. That's already 3 matches played. But good on Team Entity, right? Able to really hold a really good control of their compound with an iron fist. And zoning teams away, especially Ventru, able to get himself a strong fight, zoning them away. Good nades in particular to kind of distance them from their building. And then it's just kind of a big sweeping motion over to the west, making sure they could get fight after fight, some good engages, and especially good third party, as that player from Upgrade just descends into the valley, right into the loving arms of Wolves. The fight didn't really work out for them. They all take really big casualties, and then it's just easy cleanup on aisle Team Entity for the win and for that high elimination count too. But really, when it comes to the Smash Zone, right, I do believe here, DK, we might have 1 team making it up there, maybe even 2. We'll have to see exactly with how many points were secured, but that means we could be ending the tournament way sooner than initially expected.
Yeah, I mean, all it's going to take is a winner chicken dinner from that team, right? All they got to do is they got to win. And so if that happens, it's a wrap, folks. So, yeah, there's a lot to look forward to. And I think a little bit of stress coming through on the teams.
Yeah.
Looking to see if they've done enough, right? Will they be safe? Well, if you're not the team winning, then I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, you need to know that if you do make it here, you will be going to a LAN event if you're number one. So as you said, it's going to be a lot of stress on the shoulders of these players. But with pressure comes diamonds or a big lump of coal, unfortunately, if it doesn't work out for you. Looking at the elimination spread for all of Team Entity, Hope is going to be up there with 4 eliminations for himself. Ace is going to get 2, 1 over to Psycho. And unfortunately, Nexus did go out a little bit prematurely this game, but still getting a decent amount of presence in the other matches. Definitely not this one, though. So we'll see him moving on forward in our next and final Erangel of the entirety of this tournament, meaning we could still be having a Miramar if we don't get smashed. There's not that many contenders at this point. Normally, you might get to the last Erangel and you do have yourself maybe 3-4 teams in a smash zone. That is not going to be the case. It's going to be a way lower team count up there. As we have overall the recap of this game, and yes, 17, 16 for Wolves, 10 for the side of VIP. That race at the top, DK, is getting even more intense every single match.
Yeah, it is getting pretty sweaty, and that's why I'm very glad I'm sitting where I'm sitting, because, wow, this is so nerve-wracking. But you got to give it up to Entity Wolves VIP upgrade, right? They have just been absolutely relentless. I mean, AFL as well. Everybody that just locked in with the eliminations this game, it just shows you that they are just on a different level, right? They are different specimens when it comes to what they are capable of achieving here, and I have a lot of respect for that. So, yeah, love to see, of course, what that second page situation is as well, and where these teams are currently with regards to the overall points, because as we are speculating, there might be a bit of a change up. We don't know quite yet, and we'll leave it until it is official, until it's written on the screen. It's never happened, and so here we go. It is going to be over on towards that second page. Straight out on a pole, walking away with those 4 points to their name. Fox also bagging a little bit of something along the way there, but Equinox just having a very tough day number 3 here, Max. I mean, I was not expecting to see this.
You know what? I'm kind of happy they're having a bad day. You know why? Why the hell are you going for a hot drop? Why are you committing to that? There's literally no valid reason. For me, Equinox are putting the throw of the century right now. This is terrible stuff from them. I don't like being too critical and harsh on teams, but literally Equinox, it's like they don't want to travel right to Indonesia, to Jakarta for PMGO Season 1. They are throwing it massively, and especially when you see Wolves, they get a podium finish with 11 eliminations. They are capitalizing on this opportunity. Equinox are not. They are throwing the bag massively. So I'm going to say Equinox, unless we see them avoiding the early hot drop in Rozok, I am going to say undeserving of being the champions, because that is just not championship caliber stuff. As the MVP of the game will be necessary from the Wolves, which does make sense. This team was on an absolute killing spree from start to finish on the grassy patches.
But was it necessary? Yes, it was indeed, right? That is one way that the Wolves used to get themselves back into the situation. I like what they're doing, though. I mean, this is just, it's just so good to see. It's almost like they're playing with the lobby, right? They're kind of just toying with everybody. It's like, oh, think you can catch me? No, you can't, right? Here we go, applying all that pressure and just keeping the gap ahead of you. But of course, VIP, though, they came really close, right? They are just up there alongside the Wolves, just kind of rubbing shoulders with them, because both squads performed quite well, right? 16 and 10 points respectively. And of course, with looking at necessary, getting those 4 eliminations, that definitely helps push the Wolves just that extra little bit further. But it's all going to come down to what the points show, right? It's all going to come down to whether or not we have one team or multiple teams sitting within that smash rule point, because that means everything could boil down to the next game.
Yeah, it could be our final game here on the menu onto the grassy pastures of Erangel, meaning we might not have any Miramars. So the teams that do well on that map in particular might just be missing out on a massive opportunity for a comeback, which does suck a little bit, but you know what? That's how the map rotation works. So you got to play, unfortunately, to the rules, or otherwise you got to go home and suffer the consequences. With that said, if you guys want to see exactly what the setup is going to be headed in our next Erangel, stay tuned. We'll be back very soon after this very short break.
A very strong push coming through from the squads in that last match, all trying to get themselves up into Smash Rule. Have they been able to pull it off? We don't know just yet, and we'll find out very soon as we're going to be heading into those overall rankings. But Max, if anybody made it through, as we said before, we could be ending it on Erangel, right? It could be ending right here, even before we touch the desert.
It could be the end. No deforestation here. We're going to keep the trees on the battlegrounds. It's not going to be over to the dusty dunes. But that is going to be intense to see exactly how many are going to be up there. And here we go. The answer is going to be here. And we do, in fact, have not one, but two teams officially here in PMGO NA making it into the Smash Zone for the first time. It's going to be Wolves Esports leading the pack, followed up closely by VIP. A 2-point difference as of right now. Equinox could still make it up there, so it's not out of the realm of possibilities, but there's two teams right now, DK, that if they do get a chicken dinner, the tournament will end prematurely, and that team that gets the win will be crowned your PMGO NA Spring 2026 Grand Champions.
And that's pretty crazy to take into account, right? Equinox, they have 3 winner chicken dinners. VIP with 1, Wolves with 2. And to think that either one of those two teams sat in first or second place could be the one to steal the overall show. All of this could boil down to the next game. And I think actually this is super exciting, right? Because normally when we see Smash Rule getting reached, it's usually by one team, right? And so there's so much pressure on them. But now with it being 2 teams, it kind of spreads the load, right? So any of them could step up. And based on the pacing that both Wolves and VIP have been having so far here today, I think it's very possible. It is a very likely occurrence.
Really, there's a very high likelihood that that is going to be taking effect here. Though, Equinox, I see a hot drop. I'm going to start losing it right now, okay? There's no excuse. Equinox are, I called it earlier, the throw of a lifetime, and I'm going to commit to it that it really is just a massive, massive throw. They should be able to make it. And I'm even more of a believer in the likes of Upgrade that has shown potential, especially on that Rondo earlier today, that they have that glimmer of hope to maybe enter the Smash Zone earlier today. Didn't quite happen, but they're still getting very, very close every single game. So I really am a believer for Upgrade. Even the likes of AFL could be making it happen. But they're going to need a bit more inflated points on these next 3 maps. We could have a game here that wraps up the entire tournament early. It could be a premature ending. VIP, Wolves, do you think is going to happen, DK? What's your prediction?
I realistically think it is very, very possible, right? I mean, I think the probability of it ending on this next game, very high. I do believe so, right? Because, I mean, Wolves, VIP, they've been super consistent so far today. So I don't see a reason for either of them faltering, right? Because they've just been stepping it up and keeping the pressure pretty high all across the Erangels that we've had so far. So if anybody's going to do it, it should be one of those two.
Most definitely. I mean, also, I do want to go back in time a little bit. So actually, no, before I go on to my big point here, we're going to talk about the MVP rankings as Meng is still in the lead, but I mean, FS, after that insane clutch on the outskirts of Pachinki, is able to make a massive jump for himself and the squad of Upgrade. Able to get 28 eliminations. A little bit lower when it comes to assists and overall damage, but Upgrade could be looking to tie, maybe even overtake the main lobby leader of Meng. So definitely doing the work, as then followed up by Baton, Elementrix, and also ICT in this one. But I'm going to go back to my initial point I was trying to make here about the overall tournament. Wolves. Back last year, and for those who don't remember, a little bit of a history lesson when it comes to the America scene of PUBG Mobile Esports. Wolves last year won by Smash. Sure, it was a different roster, I get it, but the way they did it is the very important factor I want to bring up, which is they got a very low elimination chicken dinner. All they were doing is dodging every single fight. If they were even had a chance of committing to an engage, they would disengage fully, go deep into the blue, try and get some positions for free, and just get your full squad into the true late game in circle 6 or 7. And then if you can do so, even literally one elimination chicken dinner, DK, would be enough to smash and convert that into the trophy coming your way, and also that slot for the PMGO Season 1 main event. All you have to do is survive, and that is really going to be the focus for both VIP and Wolves Esports.
Yeah, so, I mean, it doesn't seem to be too much of a challenge for either of these squads to pull off even just a 1-point winner chicken dinner, right? It is not outside the realm of possibility. I think all it is going to boil down to is which one of these two teams want the most, not only prize pool money, who wants the most PMGC points, but also who wants the team to move forward into that PMGO main event, right? Who's going to be the team wanting it the most to get in there and go represent their region? It's all going to boil down to this. And as we've been saying, it could literally end right on this match.
For sure. It's going to be a real tense game, a lot of pressure on the shoulders of teams. And also, I say this a lot, it never tends to happen, but it's definitely worth mentioning, at least, that teams at the top, VIP, Wolves, going to have a little bit of a target on their back. And if teams want to really try to hinder their chances of getting a win, I said it earlier, maybe not committing harshly to a hot drop, like going in the same city and just going in a bigger scuffle, right, going for the 4v4. No, all you can really do is just hold off the early phase 1 rotation. You camp at angle after your initial looting stage, deny maybe vehicle spawns just to slow down their early game rotation, and you've done your job. In my opinion, at least, that would be more than enough. But teams tend to just not go for it. There's like a gentleman's agreement, DK, in a way, that they just shake hands. They're like, we're not going to hot drop you, just play your game. But if we do fight you later on in the match, then we might chase you a little bit. But early game, typically nothing happens, even with the smash ruling taking effect.
Yeah, it's an interesting concept, right? And I mean, for what we would like is kind of that agreement not to be in place, right? The teams to play it as if it's never happened, right? Just go out there and play the game. But yeah, you got to respect at least what the teams are doing here to some extent. And I'm curious to see who's going to hold up to that agreement and who's just going to ignore it, right? Ideally, I'd like to see somebody maybe just ignore it, right? Be that guy, be that team, and just go like, you know what? We want the seat, we want the slot, and we want everything else that comes with it. So yeah, all we can do is essentially just look forward to the match to see what the approach will be, how the teams are going to look to pace themselves through this. And I mean, if you're Equinox, this is where you're stressing, right? You would be stressing quite a bit here because even though we're in what's this now, game 4, they are still 4 points away from hitting Smash. They've not been able to close that gap to get in there. Yes, they got 1 point in the previous game, but 1 point's not enough to reach that point, right? 2 other teams have caught up and surpassed them, so that could happen even with upgrade potentially in the next match.
Really, it could get so dicey down to the wire for these teams. But I am going to warn you, and I'm going to warn everyone in chat, if I see Equinox in another hot drop, I am going to lose it live on air. I'm going to go no filter, and I'm going to go crazy on them. So they better not do it because I am going to go wild. But well, that's going to be the focus for them. Of course, looking at some of the comebacks. Alpha 4 Legends also had some really good moments today. I really like the way they're playing. They're feeling just a lot more confident based on my initial expectations from them outside of day 1 and day 2. This is a middling pack team, right, that could surprise in good moments, but I feel like today in particular, they're a lot more willing to pick fights. So Alpha 4 Legends definitely are truly the alphas of the lobby in some of these games. So even though first place is going to be really tough for them to secure at this point of the tournament, it still is a team that, with the PMGC points you highlighted earlier, DK, could be the team to really rise up to the play in the full season and maybe make it to those big global LAN events. Yeah,
because I mean, realistically, at the end of the day, every play matters, right? The more points you can secure, the more PMGC points you get, and the easier it becomes for you to get yourself closer to the qualifying amount of points needed to reach that target, right? So I'm curious to see what the rest of the strategy across the board is going to be for the lobby. And of course, looking at who we all have up in the top 9 teams, right? There's only 2 squads in there that have not had the opportunity to get their hands on a winner chicken dinner, right? That being Upgrade and, well, Region 8 Gaming. Only those 2 teams are yet to secure themselves a winner chicken dinner. I mean, Venture Inc. all the way in 10th place, 2 chickens under their belt. So, firstly, I don't know what they're doing on page number 2, right? They should be over in page number 1 with those winner chicken dinners. But, of course, as we know, it all unfolds the way it does. So, it's all going to boil down to this final stretch to see exactly whether or not Wolves or VIP is going to be the team to step up and snatch it all up, or whether or not we are going to continue to push it all the way through that very end. And most of the times, it goes the other way.
It really feels like, though, just to go back on what you were talking about, it's a trend I see across multiple regions in PUBG Mobile Esports, which is you have teams with a chicken dinner. And on the second page, the thing is, it's or they go hard or they go home. It's very feast or famine. And it's unfortunate to see the teams that can convert wins, but when they just don't get a good position on the circle, everything just tends to crumble right around them. So that is quite unfortunate to see teams like that on the second page. Though, quick head-to-head from our production team. Thank you very much, as it seems like we might have a little bit of a cheeky rehost or something happening in the background. So as we have a bit more time before we kick off our last Erangel, here is going to be Wolves Esports head-to-head with good old VIP. And actually, an average placement, DK, of around 5, is actually really good for Wolves. So going to show they are insanely consistent, not only on the elimination side of things, but also with those placement points.
Yeah, I mean, consistency is key, and that is the thing that most of the time wins the day. So it is looking pretty exciting. I mean, what a story though, Max, right? Because if you look back at how everything was going at the start, right, all the way back on day number 1, it's not very likely that you would think that we would find ourselves in the situation where we are right now, right? I mean, all the way back on day number 1, it was a completely different ground, right? Equinox, they were just absolutely dominating, sitting with those points on board, where we found ourselves with the Wolves then all the way back on, what, 38 points it was, right? All the way in 8th position. VIP, they were all the way down in 12th place, right? We talked about this at the start of the day, how phenomenally they played day number 2, and it seems like they just decided to keep that same pacing, that same kind of momentum, and apply it onto day number 3. And this could see both those teams really coming full circle, just bouncing back so dramatically. But I think especially for VIP, this would be a glorious performance, right? All the way from 12th place on that first day to potentially taking the whole entire event.
Definitely would be insanely hype if they can do it. Looking at the roster of David, Milos, Reyes, and Victex, they're looking insanely consistent. Reyes in particular is the standout for me. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. The break is now done. We got everyone back into the lobby. It's Erangel for the very last time here of Season 1 PMGO NA Regional Finals. Playing path, actually, relatively northern here for these teams. Is going to go for them Eastern Coast, stretching on over straight right next to Northern George. Over also almost to Zaki. As I'm looking at Rozok, I'm not even looking at anyone else. Equinox, finally, DK. Yes, I put my hands together. I am thanking the gods that Equinox did not go for that terrible decision of committing to the Rozok hot drop. They are going to be stretching it over to Kameshki, which is great because they don't even need that many points. Just, what is it? Is it 3 or 4 points they need, DK, really, to make it in Smash Zone? Something like that?
Yeah, just 4. They need just 4 points to activate Smash.
Please, Equinox, get there. The thing is, what would be the worst if they get 4 points and then you get Wolves to Smash? It's like you just made it, but at what cost?
Yeah, that would hurt, right? That would
but deserved.
Yeah, I mean, it would be great for Wolves or VIP, right? Whomever does it, but it just shows that if you don't jump at the opportunity at hand, somebody else is going to beat you to the punch. So, yeah, let's hope that something, at least for the side of Equinox, goes their way, right? Let's hope they get 4 points.
Hopefully, they can make it happen. Kameshki, not a bad location. We've seen some really good teams even in EECA, such as Goat Team, play next to Kameshki sometimes. So, pretty decent, especially on the car spawn side of things. That's outside of this. Looking at some of the locations of teams, yep, not really any hot drops. And also around Mansion is very interesting as a phase 1 circle, especially if it tends to center up, because you're going to be playing around Mansion, Shelter, Prison, also Alamo area south of Yasnaya Fields. And it's just, all you have is compounds, or you have really good overall terrain knowledge, and you can play some strong dips off the back of that. You especially have the God dip next to Museum, which teams tend to prioritize quite heavily. So, Region 8, the team that you mentioned during the break here, DK, as a squad that, while they're on the second page, that's a bit surprising, right? Also, I'm also genuinely surprised. I think this is a team that has so much potential. They've just been falling apart fully in recent games. They've got the Sonic buggy. Maybe they've got to go fast in these games.
They have to. They have no other choice, right? They have no choice. They have to. That's just what it means if you have that buggy skin. You have now unlocked the hyper speed. So you got to bring it through in white because it's necessary. So we'll see what happens as the teams now go about their looting phase. Spence, quick to react here with the hovercraft. Looking to go through with a bit of an angle here. But nothing looking out of the ordinary, right? So No suspense being built whatsoever. Wolf, though, off they go, looking for a bit of continuation. I'm curious to see whether or not they are going to go absolutely crazy in this game, just full sender with the aggression, or will they opt for a more tactical approach, right? Them and VIP both finding themselves in quite a bit of a situation here, and I'm very excited to see how both these teams are going to look to get the job done, if possible.
Actually, as we have a bit of a lull in this game, a bit of a low, things calming down, I want to take it back to our initial conversation of, I think it was 2 games ago, about the Royal Pass I will give you if you win, if your prediction wins. Do you want to make your call now? Because it could end now. Literally, this could be the end of the beans on this game, so you need to make your prediction.
Let me do a coin toss, right? Because it's either, I think it's either Wolves or VIP, right? So I've got a €2 coin, Max. So the side that says €2.
€2? You're rich.
Yes.
Oh my god.
No, I wish. Well, in my country maybe, but
no, that's not what I meant. I didn't mean that, bro. You make me sound evil.
So there's the face side that has the actual someone's face on it, right? And the other side says €2. So I'm gonna flip the coin. If it lands on face side up, it's gonna be the Wolves because they've got a big old wolf face that you can clearly see from far away. VIP also have a wolf, but it's not so clear from far away, right? So give me a second.
Okay, do it. As by the way, NG Vatica have a bit of a clash in the elimination feed.
Wolves.
Wolves? Wolves are your prediction?
Yes.
Ooh, let's go. That's it. If they get it, if they secure the win, DK. Doesn't have to be this game, by the way, but if they do, you will get the Maxman Royal Pass. Ooh, exciting. As Lux looking to make his way up top on the roof. Really good. A little bit of parkour here. So you've got to be cautious. Blaze in the apartment complex, I think, has a line of sight onto Lux. Yeah, that is such an easy knock, bro. Lux, you're asking for it. You're staying parked up there for the longest time. You know a team is literally right next door. Vatic just looking like, what the hell is he doing? Easy knock, easy flush, easy point. Let's freaking go. As Klaus now going to be also able to find his own knock onto Killer. Going to be, though, punished very slightly. They're in a very resible position behind that ridgeline. Blaze just going YOLO mode, it seems, jumping up mid-air, spraying it down, raining bullets onto Blinky. This fight also kind of a knockoff effect of what I mentioned earlier, which is teams kind of just saying, yeah, doesn't really matter, let's send it. Kiddo just falling out from his buggy, apparently, and just getting eliminated of that match. So a bit of a weird one, as yep, that's going to be also a nade on their teammate. Did I see that right? What? It was right.
Like it.
Yeah, okay. Genuinely don't know what to say. Yeah, NG just playing kind of weird mode. It's down to Blinky. Looking to play some TDMs here. Good peek around the corner, but it's just not good enough to beat Captain Levi. As that's going to be a nice 3 limbs headed the way of Vatic. But outside of that, literally, even though my job is to analyze, I can't analyze that fight because nothing made sense.
Yeah, I mean, all the sounds were there, right? All the sounds that we normally listen for. We heard all of them, but yeah, it doesn't really align with what the visuals were bringing on through. But either which way, we'll move on as Entity now going to be looking to just dip out of the... Woo! Nice hang time. Nice. I'll give that a 9. That was a solid landing.
Hey.
Well played.
That's solid.
Right.
Solid rating from Mr. DK.
Yep.
Those are rare. Usually you're quite harsh. That is the highest I think I've ever seen you give.
Yeah. And I'm a flying car connoisseur. So, you know, to get a 9 is not easy. So well done. That was impressive.
What is the best vehicle in PUBG Mobile to make a good landing with? Like, as a true connoisseur of these kind of jumps?
You just got to show off. It's got to be the Golden Marauder, right?
Oh, if it's not golden, you lose a point instantly?
Exactly.
Oh,
right? Because
okay.
that's how you get 10 points. Because it's, you know, 10 point is first place is gold. Gold is the Marauder. Boom.
So you can never get 10 with another car? Oh, that seems quite unfair. I think that...
You can get 9.9, but you can't get 10.
That's rough, man.
It's got to be.
They
Right?
train for years. They don't have the money to get the Golden Marauder, and you're just going to do them like that?
Now, like you can get a 11 if you pull a Golden Mirado flying session in heaven.
Okay. By the way, sorry, I was looking at the elimination feed. Did we see a player VIP get knocked by jumping out of the car? It was on the picture-in-picture. It was a bit small. I believe it did happen for a second. Yeah, you can see VIP actually one player very low. So I guess he went out too soon of the car, got knocked, and he got rezzed by his teammate. Playing with fire, man, they got to be careful. They could smash it. So just don't lose a player for dumb reasons. Don't pull an Equinox, please.
Yeah. Ooh, this Godzilla skin looks amazing though. Imagine that being the actual skin on your actual car. Right? And it's the first time you put it on. You look in your rear window and it's like, ow!
I mean, that one is not too crazy of a skin, you know. It's like, it's nice if you notice it, but it's not in your face. Because you have some UAZ skins and stuff that are genuinely crazy, and you have that in public, I think you get arrested. So you'll keep that one to only in game.
Yeah, I think that's where it belongs. Right? This skin can go in real life. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's already probably one like that in real life already. Maybe not in this car, but on a different vehicle. This one, I wouldn't know why. It's going to be quite difficult to handle. But either which way, hopefully the teams can handle a good setup here as the sprays are coming through onto Dior's. Ooh, but that could be a very quick exit though. That Triceratops skin. He needs to grab it by the horns and just push it.
Oh yeah, having to jump out. It's going to be Dior's out fully flushed out. Ventru Inc. losing a very high value member. Not quite the best way to kick it off. As with the Triceratops skin. Also, that one would be a little bit more noticeable IRL. Definitely, if you had that skin for yourself. Actually, I don't think I've seen anyone make a PUBG Mobile car skin in real life, except for the collabs like BMWs and everything. But outside of that, I haven't quite seen it. It would be a cool concept. As VTC going to be losing one upgrade, starting their Erangel killing spree as per tradition. Blaze just they're just chasing them down, but there's going to be a double knockdown onto Havoc and also Baby Tang. What is going on? That was actually from Blaze. Yeah, did he go into the passenger seat and get... What an absolute Giga Chad moment. What?
It's absolutely hilarious. It's like, how? Like, one dude is pulling your entire team through the blue and picking you up. I mean, that is absolutely crazy. And this is not even done yet, right? Vatic, they still have all their players just kind of lurking around. Blaze coming back for seconds. Absolutely relentless, but I appreciate the effort. Oh, nice look at the clouds and up above. Bam, bam, bam. Here we go as we just come dropping on in. But Vatic, they're still continuing onwards, right? They've got 7 eliminations already, Max, and a few of those came through thanks to the vehicles.
Yep, the vehicle's going to be the main weapon of this game, it seems. Better than the M4. It's a good old buggy. That is the meta. His RTP Resilience also looking to make a little bit of a push over to the western side. He has an eye bridge. It's really good to see that our top 3 have yet to lose a single member. And it's good to see in particular no elimination secured by all Wolves or VIP, meaning what I was talking about earlier, that they really even just want to get a chicken dinner. The elimination count just does not matter whatsoever. Here on the mountaintop next to Yasnaya Poliana, it's going to be a full-on clash. It's going to be straight out of Nepal and Fox Power. A bit of a tussle. It's a bad boy. Does have the Groza. Got himself access to maybe a loot truck or an airdrop earlier this match. Could be a good weapon that makes the difference. As Apex, though, from a long range away, will spot one. It's going to be Melgart. Having to go back into hiding behind that exploded car, but even then it's just not looking like a really good safe position. They're just going for the salvage mission. They find that building in the open in the fields of Yasnaya Poliana. Fox Power, this game is looking pretty much done and dusted.
Yeah, I mean, it does look pretty much determined, right? It's going to be very tough to bounce back. I'm not quite sure if there's any hope for the side of Fox, right? All they got to do is just try and finish off as well as they can. That's, I would say, would probably be the only thing that they could try and do at this point. Now, VIP taking a very reserved approach, Max. They are just big old chilling up on this northeastern side of zone. They're trying to stay as far away from everybody else as they can, right? They are really opting to try and play for their winner chicken dinner, right? Playing the safe angle, I'd say.
I mean, especially then from Stolber Mountain, you got a really good overview of the entirety of the map from there. You can see, even outside of render distance, you can see cars. So even just seeing a moving car, you're like, okay, there's people over there. Unless ghosts exist on Erangel, which I don't believe they do. I don't believe it's a feature in update 4.3. Overall, playing it for the win. This is definitely the way to do it compared to what Equinox were doing. Sorry, yes, I'm very toxic. I'm toxic as hell. I keep bringing up Equinox because I was so annoyed by the hot drop on Ross. I'm very petty. But hopefully they'll learn it the hard way. But they did. Actually, genuinely, they did. It went Komeshki, so I can't be too harsh on them now. They are definitely trying to play for the Smash Zone. Circle shift coming up. Hopefully not a southern one. I don't want a city finish. I've had too many of those recently, and it is going to be going on the outskirts of Stolber Mountain on that slope, going from the northern down southern side towards Yaz. And actually, the plateau of 90 Globen is amazing. Hopefully, they can defend it. Thing is, it is going to be a little bit too wide, so teams can actually just make it to the ridgeline south of it and really just easily apply pressure on that location. So they're going to have their work cut out for them. Now, all the teams went for a bit of a gamble early on here, DK, to send it in the city, thinking chances are it might just pull down south. We'll have to look to reposition, and because so many teams will do the same rotation at the same time, those rotations will definitely result in a few players getting squad wiped.
Yeah, but I think especially for VIP here, this is where they should try to not get desperate, right? I mean, if they lose their cool right now, they are going to be in a very tough spot, and they might miss out on that opportunity to get Smash win here. But all they got to do is just breathe, keep calm, relax, right? That's where that saying comes into play. Cool heads prevail. This is the exact point where that is applicable. So, yeah, let's see whether or not they can maintain the focus all the way through this final stretch, as it is now them contesting Vatic here. But Vatic, it seems like they're just having a blast today, Max, right? We've seen them run so many players over. They are now having a bit of a bumper car situation out on that very edge of the rocks. And they're not going to be too phased whatsoever. Now, R8 though, Region 8, stepping up. They've heard the vehicles, they've heard the movement. Come in to expect. We do say goodbye to another team though. We did see Fox going out. But is this going to be an upset that R8 now could look to leverage, right? VIP is right there in a bit of a sandwich.
Yeah, it seems like we are seeing the return to form of Region 8 Gaming, able to give himself that initial knock onto not any team. It's on top of VIP that really does not want to suffer any early game casualties. So that's going to be a massive pick-off for R8. As VIP now fully into hiding. And the thing is with this building is if you want to play this compound, you need to be on these rocks also. You need to have a bit of a split location. If you don't do so, you're just giving a big bullying position to your enemies. And, yep, you can see that here, they can't even leave the buildings. They're kind of just stuck in there. So from that alone, I'm going to say chicken dinner for VIP. Odds of that happening, insanely, insanely low opportunities. For them to convert as RTP will be going for resilience for a wide northern rotate right behind Region 8. And you can see Region 8 as a response going to get in their cars, looking to try and move about, not be a too easy of a target. As Vatic, that's it, Blaze. Out for the count, unless an insane res comes through from XP3. It is going to be doable, but teams might be willing to capitalize and snatch away that position after that initial knock.
Well, sometimes the snatch is a good play to try and push through.
Ooh. Actually, DK, what if someone, like maybe Apex, southeast of the circle, uses the cable car and drops on 9Z? It's not a good plan, but it would be cool.
Yeah, it'd be so cool. I mean, like, we'd lose our minds, Max. Not because it's, you know, almost 4 o'clock in the morning, but it's just, it would be so epic. It's like, woo! A lot of excitement coming through here as the zone has shifted up yet again, still sticking to the mountainside. I like what Resilience are doing here, right? Really bringing in the heat onto the side of Region 8, and I mean, looking for a bit of a reveal here. And It's, of course, going to force the side of Region 8 to disengage. Instead, just hops skipping their way back into the zone. But VIP, though, oh, feeling the pressure. This could be where my coin was right, Max, as VIP not in the best setup. It's not over just yet, but it's not looking good.
Thing is, you still want to prioritize points in the case if no one smashes. You still want to be number one in terms of overall points. That's what VIP should be very cautious about. Try and keep every single member alive so they can get that point influx every game. So, luckily enough, VIP will get the res on their fallen teammate. Back up as a trio. See how it goes, as Wolves also suffering some casualties. One player knocked, one player flushed out early on. Things looking dicey for this chicken dinner inside the city itself, the urban area of Yasnaya Polyana. It's going to be tested. Truly, their medal was tested by Alpha 4 Legends. Good clap back to the face. It's Elementrix, the survivor earlier today on Erangel, but it will just not be enough. ICT is there, standing tall, eliminating our first team from the Smash Zone. Now only VIP could end the tournament prematurely.
Wow. Absolute upset coming through here. I mean, I don't really even know what I think about that. It is just like I'm kind of in shock, right? And what were the Wolves doing in that congested position? I mean, maybe like things could have turned out in a different way, but in the meantime, we are going to be looking onto the rest of the lobby to see what their approach will be. VIP looking to regain a bit of their foothold here. I mean, definitely looking to quiet down considerably so. But down that far southern side, it is still absolute mayhem. Quite a few squads yet to rotate out of Yasnaya Polyana. And the blue zone is going to start to apply all the pressure it can. We are just heading further and further in. The blue damage really scaling up quite a bit here. And as you can see, Vatic, or rather Venture Inc., they are pulling up behind more squads, and it's not enough for them to hold on. Out they go, not a single point getting contributed to their overall tally. And down to the final 12, and Evolution are starting to reach in across the way. VIP jumping in on the place for Evolution. It is just a big old chain fight now getting ready to erupt.
It really is. Also keep in mind that Equinox, a team that is looking to enter the Smash Zone for their first time, is getting one extra point. They need 3 more to be able to make it up there, up to 138. A good angle from Fear. He dips out in the blue, gets a good surprise onto the opposition of Team Entity, but the blue zone is just too much to bear. That is going to be it. Game over. Upgrade, our 4th place team, fully out of contention for this chicken dinner on Erangel. Next shift about to pop on our screens. No one using the cable car. Sad Maxman noises as the circle goes hard to the western side, and VIP's compound here, DK, is still in play. This is the perfect setup for VIP to get the win, end the tournament early, and be crowned your PMGO NA champions and secure that ticket to Indonesia. So much on the line. But can they stand tall? Can they defend their position when so much pressure is now on their shoulders?
That is a very good question, and I hope for their part that they can indeed. We're going to see how it all now looks to evolve, as we even have the horses moving closer for inspection. They too are curious as to how this match is going to end. Resilience though, up they come, pushing straight on forward. It's going to be tense. Jelly feeling the tension. Down he goes as he gets crumbled on down. Region 8 out of this game. But here, well, yeah, the horse is getting closer, Max. He's really curious.
Our observers really having fun today. They're taking some different... I do genuinely enjoy it. I'm not saying it sarcastically. I'm actually enjoying what the observers are doing. They're just looking at different areas of the map. You know what, observers, if you're listening, at the start of Miramar, if we go to Miramar, just look at different areas of the map and just show us some cool flybys of Oasis. I really want to see Oasis. We don't see it often. I would really, really appreciate it. Though I'm sure the replica is appreciating these sprays onto Team Entity. Has some good damage being dealt to the opposition. The VIP looking bloody good in this position. They still got 3 members. But even if they don't do well, Equinox, they're going to start getting placement points, right? They're going to get at least 1 minimum for making it to top 8. So they really need just 2 more extra points. Can be eliminations, can be placements. I do not care. They could be reaching the Smash Zone right now. Which would suck if they reach the Smash Zone, DK, right as VIP ends the tournament. They would have played and they would have lost.
Yeah, that would be very, very sad. But hey, you know what? There is a good opportunity for Equinox to still gain entry here. As you've said, right? Not a lot of points separates them from that position. So only time will tell whether or not Jimmy and the rest of the crew, right, can get the job done. The rest of the crew, of course, is Meng. Meng holding up right there. But, I mean, if you ever want to be stuck in a match with one player, I think Meng is probably a good choice, right? I mean, from what we've seen Meng doing so far, it's looking pretty decent. And speaking about decent, though, we are down to only 6 teams. Several squads now getting swept up rather, in the chaos here. And it's going to be a very slow-paced play from here, right? Nobody wants to be the next team to go out. They know what is at stake here. They don't want to lose a position in case everything ends right here. So Equinox, they want to try and survive. They want to try and see if they can maybe catch up, just close the distance. 9Z, this could be their opportunity to contest the position Evolution finds themselves in. But Evolution, they've been cooking here, Max. 5 eliminations already under their belt, still maintaining that 4-point lead ahead of them.
Definitely going to be significant. Circle shift. Oh, again, the compound is not fully in circle. It is going to be on the outskirts, but the good thing is the rock formation north of the compound is not going to be playable anymore. So that's going to make it a little bit easier for VIP to just at least survive even deeper in this game unless a breach comes their way, which technically could happen even for the likes of EVG. Evolution, we'll see what their game plan's going to be. Even Resilience could be a thorn in their side, but they're not in circle. They have to make a choice. If you are Resilience, the natural evolution of this game is you want to fully commit on VIP's compound. The thing is, without vehicles, at least I'm not seeing one right now on my screen, that could be an easy 2 frags headed their way. And look at Victex. He's got such a strong position. He's just waiting for them to peek over the ridge and looking for those headshots. Victex, he sees them moving about, but they do actually have a buggy that we didn't see earlier. They have a buggy, and we'll use it to close that gap.
Let's see if the buggy strategy is going to pay off here. I mean, this is now a good opportunity for VIP to close it up, as Equinox is not going to be able to survive any longer. Max, they have hit 138 points. They have now enabled themselves with those with the lovely smash ruling. So they are in the territory they need to be. So the aim here would be for them to get a victory. Unfortunately, it's not going to be this match, right?
Yeah.
You can't really fight from the lobby. It's quite difficult.
I was going to say it might not matter because VIP are still alive. Good nade onto Molina. So, Malcriado, that's going to be the res attempt. The nades are looking good. So oppressive, but so are 9Z Globant as they make their dash forward over to the ridgeline. Milos looking to also confirm those 2 eliminations. The nade gets some good damage, but Molina gets the first aid just in the nick of time. Perfect timing on his head. As now David, Victex, Milos looking to move further down, away from the buildings. Just trying to really escape the kind of wrath of 90 Globant. They're really going to be the thorn in their side. And as I said, that actually is going to be found. Victex with a headshot. This guy is on an absolute killing spree this game, doing so much work for his squad. Could be the reason that they can actually convert this in a smash on match number 4 of today. They have yet to take any big significant damage, but the nades are getting cooked up by the duo of Resilience. If they can find the knock, that could be looking terrible, but they have yet to do so.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like those nades have the legs on them that they need. So there's still hope yet for the side of VIP Esports here. Oh, but this nade, oh, on the money. That is Milos down. Victex, David. Are they going to try and close it up? Are they going to try and attempt that res? I think at this point for Victex, it might be a very risky strategy. Whoa. Down he goes. Now it turns to David. Trying to just bring a bit of assistance onto his teammate, but the pressure is real as Resilience pushes forward. The shots landing over onto Resilience. Can they make it? Oh, wow.
Oh, David, what a play. Able to keep the hope alive. But as I say that, the nade is coming up from 9Z Globant. No smash in game number 4. The smash is not going to be taking effect, meaning 3 teams will officially be in the smash zone in our next matches coming up on Miramar. Now, it's going to be 9Z Globen looking to redeem it a little bit. A team that has been invited in these PMGO NA finals. And they've been a bit of a slow burner, but now putting their focus fully onto EVG, taking all of their attention. Still got Becca, Remix, and Cole. Good damage dealt onto Starboy, trying to go for the instant heal. I don't think Becca wants to allow that to happen as the blue zone encroaches on the terrain even more. He's zoned away. The nades are chucked. Doesn't quite hit the target, but it doesn't really matter as Starboy is going to deny it out to the blue. And 9Z Globen finally securing a chicken dinner here on day number 3 of the NA Finals.
There we go. Second one in the bag. 9Z doing a really good job, but what an upsetting match this was. I mean, everything getting so close, but being so far all at the same time. Absolute brutality across the board. But you know what? 9Z, they rose to the occasion. They stepped up right here on the final Erangel. And what a way to close it out, right? The last time we saw a victory from them was all the way back in the lovely Miramar. So, you know what? They are looking to wrap things up as well as they possibly can. But of course, absolute brutality. I mean, VIP coming so close, right? We did see Wolves coming so close. But that's it, right? That's all they did. They came so close to potentially getting that smash. Up comes Equinox. They get the points they need, and they join the fray for the smash. So maybe the next game could be the one.
Could be. I mean, 3 teams up there in contention for the smash. Could be maybe even a 4th, depending on how the Miramar goes, if we do not end it prematurely. But when you have 3 teams up there, the likelihood of a smash is getting way, way higher than we initially had at the start of today, right? With the teams are just racing to get into the smash zone. Now we're there, we're at the finish line, but will a team be able to cross that line? That is going to be the main question here going into match number 5 of today on Miramar. But good fights overall. VIP, I think we're really trying to fight tooth and nail to survive, to keep the players alive, to make it even with a low elimination chicken dinner. Eventually, 9Z Globen just park up on that ridge right next to their compound, start to nade that position into oblivion, and there's no way for them to fight back. So really good presence anyways from 9Z Globen that I was really hoping to see more presence from. It took a minute for them to get in line, and they do get himself a strong finish, and especially that third party onto VIP's compound, DK. A thing of absolute beauty, in my opinion. The timing was good, the use of utility was really pinpoint accurate, everything was played down to a T.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't really fault much of what they were doing, especially in those late few stages. So a really good game overall from them. And of course, they get a really good serving of points as well, right? 8 eliminations is what they have to show for this game here. Is the 8 eliminations going to do anything drastic for them? No, but hey, you know what? It is still a winner-winner chicken dinner. It could advance their overall position with regards to this ranking. So I really like what the teams are doing. And this is exactly what I was hoping to see, right? Teams still trying their utmost, trying to push it as far as they can. And speaking about pushing it though, Remix only taking 37 damage? Wow.
Well, he's not even a tank right now, right? He's going to be a glass cannon, taking very little damage, but dealing a lot to the lobby, almost 500, and able to convert that damage into 4 total eliminations. So really putting up some big boy numbers here in this game. Last Erangel, though, of course, we'll have to say goodbye to that battleground for this season of PMGO NA. But we had some good games, some very interesting circles, and having one ending on the outskirts of Stolbert Mountain is always a treat to the eye. As here are your match recap stats for all of the teams, and actually, ton of smokes being used up in particular by both AFL and Resilience, but it was not enough to keep them truly alive in that late game scenario.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see just how the usage actually decreased, right? Once we moved into such a challenging position, at least with regards to the frags, right? Smokes still staying pretty high, and it seems like the moment you hit an excess of those 20 smoke grenades or frag grenades or any of the utilities, that is where something just goes click automatically in the game, right? I have noticed a bit of a pattern emerging from that. So maybe there is a different strategy all at play here that we've not really picked up on just yet.
Yeah, I'm going to have to see if we can pick up on it moving forward. It's going to be 9Z Globen also getting himself some good work done with those smokes, able to make it so far, and able to actually, I feel like having some of the cleanest third parties today with that win. And, you know, your match overall standings, 18 points secured by 9Z Globen, but really the big highlight is going to be Equinox. Those 4 points that they played it close, DK. They could have gone 5-6 just to be comfortable, but no, they were like, we need 2 eliminations, 2 placement points, and boom, we can get eliminated. We genuinely don't care, because even if we do win, guess what? It doesn't matter. So we won't be able to convert that into an actual smash. So they will be now in contention for the championship. But seeing what they've done in the past, they're very slow burner, and they are not getting close to those winning moments. So even then, I'm doubtful that Equinox in their current form today could be able to get a chicken dinner despite being in the smash zone.
Yeah, they're definitely good. So we'll have to wait, Max. That's pretty much all we can do, right?
Yeah.
I mean, teams have been trying. They've accomplished the one part, right? Getting into smash. Now comes the hard part. Getting the winner chicken dinner. And I mean, we've not really seen Smash be accomplished many times over. I mean, it happened over in Mexico, right? In the regionals for Mexico. There was a Smash play that ended the event. But, well, we are yet to see whether or not that is going to be possible or plausible. Plausible? Yes. Possible? Don't know.
Yeah, could be a tough one. We'll see if it's going to be plausible, possible, different words that work also in a similar fashion. Well, I'll have to check my dictionary for that. But here it is. Your Infinix GT50 Pro MVP is going to be ICT. That really, I would say, is the man that really was able to just make some teams suffer, as he did encounter them on the outskirts of Stolber Mountain. Really good fights in general. Able to actually get rid of, if I'm not mistaken, Wolves, right? There was a really big fight happening down there in Yasnaya Polyana. So he was involved in that convo. Good stuff indeed from this individual player. And Alpha for Legends, a team that I mentioned earlier, I think in one of the last few Erangel games, this is a team that has been a lot more impressive today in particular. And heading into the full season, I think the AFL should be a team that hopefully will stick together, is really what I'm going to say. I want to see teams that show that glimmer of hope, of opportunity to just stick together as a full squad, build upon your strong basis of a team communication and also synergy, and just maybe bloom as a stronger squad entering the full season of 2026. So really good stuff from the entirety of AFL. Though, next game is going to be coming up very, very soon. DK is going to be our back-to-back Miramars. Well, I say back-to-back. Might be just a one singular Miramar coming up, because of that smash could be happening right now.
Yeah, it definitely could be happening right now. But of course, there's only going to be one way for us to find out whether or not that will be. And that means we're going to have to hop into a quick break. Take a look at the highlights, the replays of the insane match we just witnessed. And we'll see you all on the other side.
3 teams, that's the amount of squads here that are officially in the Smash Zone of PMGO NA Season 1 2026. And one of those could end the tournament right here, right now on Miramar. Still Maxman, still DK, that's my typical intro apparently. That's all DK remembers of me as we're getting ready for our Dusty Junes here, DK. And so far it was close, but no cigar. VIP could have gotten the win and get the smash. It was ruined by 90 Globen, and you know what? It could be happening once again this match.
It could, right? But we also could have it end, right? We could have smash rule, right? We could have a smash finish, and yeah, with 3 teams, we are definitely increasing the odds of that being a possibility here. So it's all gonna boil down to what the other 13 teams have in mind.
But do you think it's gonna end right now, DK? Is that your guess? Is that your prediction?
I hope so. Because like I said before,
I hope so.
Like I said before, I've never witnessed a smash finish. I've not experienced it firsthand, right? I've not cast an event where it happened.
Okay, well, VIP, Wolves, Equinox, you guys know what you gotta do. Gotta do it for our boy DK here. We'll see if they can convert that into a smash. Actually, looking at how things are going down, Upgrade, even the likes of AFL could enter the smash zone off the back of this one. There's going to be a total of 9 points. Actually, wait, what am I saying? There's going to be a total of 138. So 11 points needed for Upgrade to get into the smash zone. And looking at AFL, they need 18 points. So AFL, a bit more of a stretch, would need a very strong podium in terms of eliminations, or maybe even an actual chicken dinner to get into the smash zone. And Upgrade, just also a strong top 5 with a bunch of eliminations, could get them into the smash zone. And that's hoping Equinox, Wolves, and VIP do not convert with a chicken dinner of their own. So this is currently a 3-team race. It could become a 5-team race entering that final game, which could be an insane way to wrap up PMGO NA.
I'm just looking at the elimination tallies that we have here, Max. 90, 90, 92, 89. I mean, that's hella impressive, right? These teams have been absolutely cooking out here, and they got to step into the kitchen hopefully one more time, right? Let this be the final meal that they prepare for us. Let them show us what they can bring in the desert. Can they find the spice and everything nice to go for a smash finish? I mean, this is probably the first and only time that I'll be rooting for 3 teams to win. VIP, Wolves, and Equinox, right? Just one of you, please. I want a chicken dinner. I just want to be blessed with one smash finish, and then I'll be happy, right?
Would be nice.
I like. Would I see it all the way through to Game 6? Of course, right? That's why we're here. We want to see it, right? We want to see who's going to be the strongest team of this region. But man, it would be so epic to have a smash finish. I hope one of these teams can pull it off, and those are the 3 teams I'm going to be rooting for, right? One of them has to bring it home.
By the way, slight asterisks I want to kind of highlight before we do get into the meat and potatoes of PMGO NA with these games and the big squads at the very top. Resilience, I think, is a team that you highlighted in particular a few times throughout today's broadcast, DK. They were at the very bottom of the rankings, now able to jump up, if I'm not mistaken, up in 13th position with a few decent finishes. Sure, is that not going to result in anything significant done for them in terms of the overarching theme of today, which is trying to get that smash? No, we're definitely not. But a little bit of a comeback, showing that there is that glimmer of hope of opportunity for them in the future. So Resilience, good to see a bit more confidence headed their way in these games, and could be looking to set up a bright future for them in the full season of this year.
Yeah, I mean, you got to respect the hustle, right? That's essentially what it is. The teams, they've come to the realization it's not over yet, right? I mean, we're still pushing through, and there is even more opportunities for teams to improve the overall point situation. And I mean, Resilience, rather, they've been witness to that, right? They showcased it. They jumped 2 slots in just this last game. So there's still an opportunity for them, right? You can still upgrade the share that you get of the prize pool. You can still upgrade the amount of PMGC points that you walk away with. So there's so much still to play for these teams. And I want to see them really give it everything all the way up until the event ends, right? Game 5, Game 6, whichever one it is, I still want to see that full push.
Yeah, it would be hopeful to see not only them, but every single team that's at the bottom even just give it a decent final end here. Try and cross your T's and dot your I's in these final matches. Show that you have that potential, because that could result in maybe not your team, getting an insignificant amount of extra prize pool, but maybe an org coming around is like, oh, that player's got a lot of potential. Let's do a little bit of a tryout. And then you get picked up by a bigger name org and maybe even in a different region. And you can try and do well in that next adventure. So yeah, keep on trying. Play at your absolute best every single map. You just don't know what might be around the corner. Though, we know what's going to be around the corner for this tournament, DK. We talked about it already a little bit there. It's going to be double Miramar, maybe, if we do not have a smash right here. I'm going to call it now. I believe we're going to have a smash this game. Who is it going to be in particular? I don't know, but I believe it's going to happen because 3 teams that know they don't have to go for some weird shenanigans on the battlegrounds. All you have to do is to get even a low elimination chicken dinner. And we saw Wolves trying to be very passive early game. We saw VIP trying to be very passive early game, which shows to me at least that they're very knowledgeable on how to end this tournament early. I think that because of those different factors kind of all combined into one match, this smash is going to be happening in the next few minutes here. This game on the Dusty Dunes.
All we can say is, let's go. Here we go as we get ready to hop on in. Is this going to be the next Miramar? It absolutely will. Will it be the one to wrap it all up? Man, I hope it is. But here we go. As we are coming in very south, though, right? A decent flight path. It looks to be quite even, quite balanced with the stretch from east to west here. So the teams are not going to be too mad with that. And I mean, Pozo being quite accessible here. San Martin coming into play. Monte Nuevo, Chumacera, Los Leones. A lot of places the teams like to get themselves set up in. Very accessible from this flight path. Even the trailer park, Max. Fox going right down to the ground.
Yeah, going to be going for that first initial drop outside of the plane. Hopefully they thanked the pilot for taking them to their destination. Outside of this, not going to be seeing any weird hot drops, especially nothing involving our big top 3 podium teams. And I actually want to highlight one strat that I am enjoying a lot because for those who know, I'm currently also casting the PMGO EECA finals with Jackie. And one strat that's really fun is Puerto Pariso. We have Goat Team dropping there every game. And you have the very early spawn of the loot truck over there. And it goes for a wide wrap over to the eastern coast, then back up north and then back into Los Leones. And they just loot it instantly. And so many games, they have an early MG3 or an early P90, tier 3 vest and armor, tons of meds and ammo. Genuinely, I would love to see that happening for Team NG. And just give them a little bit of an advantage. Because starting the game, literally phase 1 with the loot truck, and you get an MG3. How can you hate on that? Why would you not even take the chance of being able to start your game that way? Because that weapon is the best. It's so good. And there you go. I had a very, very important point I was trying to make there, DK. And I went back to just simping about the MG3. Yeah. Typical me fashion. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, but hey, like starting the match with the MG3, it's broken, right? I mean,
it is.
That really opens up quite a bit of opportunities for you. And so, I mean, it's not a bad strategy, right? So I think it would be quite interesting if we saw a lot more teams looking to contest the loot truck. That could maybe be something else as Milos gets caught up on the hill, getting debated onto thinking he's going to make it up onto the plateau.
That's unfortunate. Yeah. Not the best way to get the car stuck. Maybe one of his teammates can come around with their own car and just get him unstuck. Just push him over the ridge. But yeah, slow start now. Not a single elimination has yet to show its ugly head. So we're going to be enjoying that as 90 Globant playing in Truck Stop. Big fan of Truck Stop. Love dropping there my own Miramar matches when playing Ultimate Royale. Also got a good amount of car spawns, has its own garage. So you can always have a quick exit point. Has a little bit of a topsy-turvy exit. Does crash in the terrain, but it's fine. They'll be able to re-pick up some momentum. And good, actually, I'm seeing one of the players here was able to get himself an extended mag for his S12K, which you need. I'm seeing a lot of players that sometimes are forced into fights with a shotgun, and they don't have the extended magazine for the S12K. It makes a world of difference. The fact that you have 5 bullets instead of 10 just limits your fighting capabilities significantly. So if you do want to play with the S12K, you always need to try and find that extended mag, because otherwise, DK, chances are, if a full team pushes onto you, you just don't have that clutch factor anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're gonna be caught in a reload very, very quickly. So, yeah, I mean, I don't possess the skills to even wield an S12K, so I can just sit here in admiration for the capabilities of these players. Absolutely exciting to see. Mini also, right? A very exciting weapon. If you get that extended mag on it, sometimes you just need that extra bit of range. So, curious to see how this one is going to continue forward here as El Pozo, very quiet, comfortable looting session here for Vatic. But I'm still kind of thinking, curious to see rather what is happening across the board, right? What is that zone now become? Where are the teams kind of working through? I think an important, a curious question I have is, what do you think is the mentality of our top 3 squads at this point?
Passive early game, I think, is going to be the main thing. It's just keeping 4 players alive and playing scared would be the mentality I hope they have. If you see a team, run away. Just like, imagine they have the plague and you're just like, oh no, I don't want to catch that. Go to the opposite side of the map. I do not care. Just do not commit to it. Though Vatic, they're going to be running right into that loot truck. I wonder what they got. I don't see any different weapons. I've not seen a P90 or an MG3. So maybe, unfortunately, they just didn't get one. A lot of the time in my games, it's just M4s and not shotguns, M4s and snipers, like an M24. I just don't find that sometimes. But yeah, mindset. Back to your question, DK. Play scared. Just survival of the fittest. Make it to the late game as a 3 or 4 man, hopefully 4 man. And then that's when you're going to start to, even then, not really be aggressive at per se. But the main course of action you should commit to is prioritizing location that could get you the win. And when you are up there, just start blasting, zoning teams away, bullying squads to hopefully convert that into a chicken dinner. What do you think?
It sounds like a plan, Max. A brilliant strategy.
Yeah.
No sarcasm. Honesty. Yeah. Like, it sounds like a plan. Like,
I mean, if I was in a tournament, that's what I would be telling my team is like, guys, if you see anyone, run instantly.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? Because you don't want to get caught out, right? You don't want to be overeager. You don't want to waste an opportunity here. I mean, Smash is literally within reach for 3 squads here. So a little bit of a tactic delay in the push, in the play, could really help them go the distance. And so I'm curious whether or not that is going to be the approach here. Looking at Reyes now, I don't think they heard us talking. I wouldn't be surprised because I don't see how they would be hearing us. But the Wolves, Max, the Wolves are coming in, and this could be our top 2 teams finding themselves in a bit of a showdown.
Thing is, they don't know this is a player of VIP, I'm pretty sure. They might have an idea when it comes to the macro aspect, which is this team drops in this location, usually is on this rotational path. So if they connect one-on-one, they might guess, oh, this could be a VIP player. And if they know it's a VIP player, then they might hard commit for the flush onto Reyes. But even then, they might not have to go for the full send because guess what? He's stranded. He's alone on that cliff. And he's trying to make his way down the slope. I would say VIP, it's a risky kind of mission to save your teammate. I wouldn't recommend it. But they might still give it a fair shot. And Wolves also on a distance, they might be like, oh, they're going to try and go for the reset. Let's not really fight it because we're taking a risk ourselves. And he will make it up there with a party bus. Victex, it's a bit risky. Literally down to just a few more seconds left before he gets flushed. And that will be Reyes back in full swing on this Miramar match. Whew, good save.
Yeah, the recovery is in. But as you said, right, they're not out of the woods just yet. They still now need to find themselves into that next location. In the meantime, there's going to be Fox looking to apply a little bit of pressure here onto the side of Vatic. And I mean, even with that extension, could go all the way over towards Wolves, right? Necessary is right there alongside them, so they could find a bit of an opportunity. And that is not what the Wolves would want at this point of time. Now, VIP, body blast through the mountains. That is going to eat that suspension up, but fortunately for them, it's only a game, right? They can afford to do a few crazy things right here. But such a wide wraparound coming through from the side of VIP. Was that just a misfire?
Misclick.
Or was that over on dive? Okay. No, I was about to say, like,
they pulled a Neptura. She does the same in our games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where I was heading with it, yeah.
Yeah. It's like, I'm inspired by Neptura. So randomly take a shot in the open and just alert everyone of my presence. Though, Wolves, everyone's going to know that they're present here in Valle del Mar. They go for a big early game crash in the city that is going to be dead center of the circle, by the way, on phase 2. So there's a lot of value to be found. Actually, that's going to be a car going up in flames. But still good entry point here. Able to just force NG to fully reposition. So they're going to be able to carve themselves a nice position in the city. But yeah, there you go. A little bit of a better scope of the land for everyone involved. Apex, Wolves, and also NG decently positioned in the center. Also, similar position for VIP, but instead of being on the low ground in the valley, they're going to be on the very tippy top of the mountain with the warehouse. Good slot to defend. As Equinox, also our Smash team, involved in a straight-up skirmish, DK. They're involved with it. It's not looking too good. It's going to be straight out of Nepal. They had some good fights in the past. And here you go. The breach is looking strong. They will get punished. Russell fully eliminated out of this game. As Wolf trying to scurry away in his supercar. But Jimmy's on the chase. Looking for that point. Which really, I would recommend just let him in go. It's just not worth fighting whatsoever. You're giving multiple 1v1s. It's going to be surprise. Fully out. And you know what? Because of this Equinox, the smash is just not meant to be. Jimmy, as a solo, looking to maybe somewhat redeem this fight for his squad. But the Equinox dream is now fully over on this 5th game of the day.
Yeah, Jimmy now in a bit of a jam, right? But, I mean, there might still be a bit of an opportunity to at least recover one of the teammates here. But it doesn't seem like straight out of Nepal is going to let that one come through for free as the send is there. Good trade-off coming through from Jimmy. One down. Can he find the next jump shots? But unfortunately, jumps straight into the lobby instead, and that is Equinox done and out of here. Wolf, a little bit aggressive, but okay, right, sure. we'll let it be what it is. And Alpha also going to be looking for that next spot, right? The zone shifting just ahead of them, and so they need to keep on rolling. They're not done rotating just yet, but straight out of Nepal Esports, up they come, absolutely relentless with their effort.
This fight is not going to have really a massive impact on the rankings, but I kind of want to go on a bit of a tangent here. There's so much BM, bad manners, in NA region. I don't see this amount of like death crates shooting in any other region I've covered, unless there's like a very particular rivalry or weird hot drop. I feel like every time there's a squad wipe early game, they just shoot the death crate. It's a trend. I don't know. It's something about this region, man. They love shooting those boxes. It's just a favorite thing they love to do every game, it seems like, as though. Looking at Chill from Fox Power. Let's get a good little backstab onto quadruple six, not triple six. Sorry, I forgot one. Quadruple. No. Truly taking offense. Yeah, no, that was very offensive. I should get cancelled on Twitter for that. I'm so sorry.
But if you take offense, hopefully you put it back as well. Otherwise, it's stealing. So we don't approve of that.
What, like offense?
Yeah, if you take offense, put it back.
Oh my God. Talk about the game, please. Just save me. Save me.
Well, we did see one of the Wolves getting knocked on down all the way up on the hill, but Upgrade. Oh boy. They pushed right into Fox and doing them quite dirty here. Of course, this is what we love to see. My teams keeping the pressure up, and yeah, Fox are going to be forced to chill out very soon as Region 8 tried to play the elevated position, looking for a bit of reach. But now it's up to Chill to see, can he find that angle? A bit of a surprise element now coming through. Yuck, though. Oh, going to melt all the ice cream once that vehicle goes up in flames, and that is going to be super unfortunate. But so far, just narrowly managing to evade it. Oh, saved by a little small wall. Absolutely amazing stuff. But it's been a hot minute since we last seen Valle del Mar being this sweaty, right? We got cars flying off of the hills, grenades getting thrown in all directions, players yeeting out and getting dropped on down. Oh.
What's
happening?
I have so many opportunities in these games today to just laugh. I don't know, man. This is comedy sometimes, some of these pushes. Yep, Region 8 losing one player. Good nade, though, from Jelly. What a good chuck over the open roof of that building. And that's going to be it. Fox out of this game for good. We'll see what they can do in the last match if there is actually a match to play. But Valdemar City finish might just be on the menu, boys. Get ready. Get your snacks and beverages because this is going to be absolute cinema coming up on your screen very quickly. It does shift slightly away the dead center portion of Vale del Mar, but it still could be a proper urban finish. It's on the mountaintop. A few skirmishes will be unfolding very soon. But Wolves down to just a trio. They did take one casualty while those fights were unfolding in the city. So as a trio, chances of a chicken dinner to be converted here, DK, not looking too good.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a tall order indeed, especially with this large number of players still alive, right? If we had quite a few less, maybe. But look at this though. Resilience Ruben could be turning this whole situation on its head for VIP as two of their players already got knocked on down. Oh, are they going to be able to close it up though? No confirmation secured yet, so VIP still having all 4 players in, but up comes the hits, and now it is going to be go time as Marion gets confirmed. Ooh. And down they go. Ruben almost playing the big upset, but up comes Venture looking to third party.
A team that has literally nothing to win, maybe looking to ruin it for a team in the smash zone, though the Molotov is just not going to be spreading deep enough in the building, so VIP will be able to get the full reset. Whew. Literally, DK coming back from the brink of death in this game. That's going to be 4 players back up. Of course, keep in mind that the more you get knocked as a player, the quicker you'll bleed the next time you get knocked. So that's going to be taking away a bit of extra time if they do get involved in the next skirmish very soon. But Wolves still got the 3 members, sure to take 1 unnecessary casualty. The trio could still be enough for a roster of this level, an invited team. But Upgrade, also keep in mind they're only 8 points away from entering the Smash Zone themselves. AFL, because they're down to a duo, very unlikely we see them make it up there. But if we do not have a Smash, Upgrade can make this a 4-team race in that final game.
That would be absolutely crazy, and I think slightly nerve-wracking all at the same time. But for now, at least I think the focus is still going to sit quite comfortably on VIP and Wolves. All they got to do is just lock in and get their butts right up to that finish line. Just run over the line. Take it with you if you have to, but just get there. Somebody's got to do it.
Just take the ribbon. Just take it home. You deserve it at that point if you do pass the finish line. A little bit of a standoff here. So many teams just eyeing each other with the TPP perspective. Looking at Salty, for example, behind that window. Just barely on the ground. Also got himself that the camo, meaning he did get himself access to or an airdrop or a loot truck. So I wonder what kind of a loadout every single player on that team really have under their control. But again, look at VIP, look at Wolves. These are 2 teams that if they do get the win here, the tournament will end. We will crown our PMGO NA champions. Will they be favored by the circle, or will it be a hard Western shift, making it so much harder for them to convert this into a win? And it will be shifting straight into the city. It's a Valle del Mar finish. These are rare. You don't see these every day in PUBG Mobile Esports. The team's going to be forced into a fight that I'm sure most of them don't want to take. And in particular for VIP, they're not in the city. They're going to have to make a push in the very near future. That is going to be a very tough task at hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely... It's going to be an absolutely packed position to try and play through. And I'm especially looking at these hills, right? Looking at how steep they are, I think they could be a great opportunity for a bit of a sneaky play to be had here. So curious as to how this one is going to pan out. Evolution, though, not in the greatest position. They do have Entity right there alongside them, but that's not the only threat they need to be concerned about. There's still so many teams, and especially if you get 9Z up on the bridge, that could be a great opportunity for them to play even more of an upset. I mean, they started off this match all the way back in 7th position, 105 points. Are they going to be able to close up to Smash? Not likely, but they are going to try and maybe play a bit of an upset here. They have quite a bit of power. Speaking of power, VIP losing quite a bit of that here, as Venture Inc. is just being an absolute menace to them. Milos trying to find a bit of a saving grace angle here as the rest of VIP either rotated up onto the hill or Milos somehow miraculously managed to escape, but this turns the whole situation for VIP on its head as well.
Already has. Milos just, yeah, at that point, as a solo, nothing's going to work out for you. All you can really do is hope to get a few more maybe placement points, maybe a few solo eliminations, just to distance yourself from Wolves, because keep in mind, Wolves, they are not first place anymore. That is going to be VIP 148 to 146. And if you do not have a smash, that means it will be down to how many points you secure total to decide who will be in which position on the rankings. So far, VIP playing it right as a solo. Svatic also going to be getting very close to Venture. Venture Inc. kind of, I think, maybe not even knowing they ruined the day of a contender for the win. Milos, with the crown on its head, will not be crowned this game. Will be the survivor of VIP.
Well, looking at the statistics there, Wolves definitely have a higher chance, right? Because historically they've been able to perform quite well on this map. So, I mean, the only other team better than Wolves in performance here is Equinox, and Equinox is already out. So now it's up to the Wolves to see, can they reclaim that territory? Can they rise to the occasion? Well, if Vatic has any say in it, there's going to be less for them to contest against as the sweep comes through in Venture Inc. Just on an absolute rampage here.
Yeah, really good fight here. It was a little bit shaky initially from Venture Inc., but it did work out at the very bitter end. But back to Wolves. Looking at Circle, going to be centering up. The thing is, it really is, when it comes to predicting a city finish, it's going to be just fully random. Wolves could win it. I think they've got even opportunities of winning it compared to the likes of Entity, EVG, Apex, NG, even Upgrade AFL, and 9Z Globen. I believe 9Z Globen actually are on top of the bridge. And I remember a game like this happening just a few years ago. Actually, and actually it was last year, where D plus Kia came off of this, crashed onto Bigatron. If you have vehicles, actually, it's a very strong launching point because you do have an elevated bridge location, so you're just getting insight, and teams can't easily fight back with you. So it has a proven track record of being a good spot in the circle. Though Lux with the Orm here. GK, interesting loadout. You don't see it very often. And as he's looking towards 90 Globen, can he hit that headshot? He hits the body shot. Becca going back into hiding.
Yeah, it's always just so great to see that AWM coming through a beautiful hit. I mean, the range damage is so phenomenal. And that would make any team have a bit of a second guess, right? It's like, okay, maybe I'm not as stealthy as I thought I was initially. But speaking about stealth, though, teams are running pretty low on that regard. As you can see, R8 starting to creep closer onto Upgrade here. And FS just trying to keep it locked down. Don't want to expose themselves. 9Z, though, in the meantime, going to be pulling out those webs as they need to start descending the bridge. Down they go. Ooh, is Remix going to make it? No. Not this time around. Missing the water completely.
Did you not have the parachute available? Maybe not. I don't know. Okay, that's going to be Becca jumping on that. They got a player of AFL just behind them. Oh, this is looking really bad. It's time to turn it into Fishing Simulator. And genuinely, I don't know why they wanted to give up the bridge. I guess maybe they were scared of a team up on the high ground up north. I didn't see that. I actually don't know the reason why they decided to give it up. I would love to know. Maybe there was a POV. We just didn't have the full picture. 9Z, at least, down to just 2. Looking to get that one solo and flush him out. It's going to be Bonsker, and that is going to be the end of the line. GG, well played. 90 Globen. We'll go full. So the recall on their player. Well, not recall. This is not Rondo. The reset, revive on their member. And actually, walking your way up to the actual playable area is going to be a very tough task for 9Z to achieve. So I think that here they might just go out to the blue zone because this circle is being incredibly harsh for every single team in this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty brutal, right? As you can see, there's not really a lot of activity currently taking place across the board. And, I mean, that's mainly because of the position that these teams were forced into. But let's see, can anybody make lemon juice out of the limes that they've just been handed here? As it is going to be Zone 7 getting ready to pop on through. Again, we're running out of playable area. We're just confining all these players to that last final stretch of, well, map that they have to work with. But Ventru, I think that's a very interesting position, right? The only major threat to Ventru's position, I'd say here, of course, is going to be the NZ Pros, right? They are still holding on to that roof. And in the meantime, we are going to say goodbye to the players there from VIP. Out they go. The run is over for them. And, well, now we got to wait and see how much were they able to secure here.
Yeah, it's still going to be decent. Not any placement points, though, secured, which makes sense when you have a city finishing play. A lot more teams are just able to survive and linger. And, yeah, that's only going to be 2 eliminations secured by the likes of VIP. Equinox also 1 elimination to their name this game. As Wolves, they've got a decent transition point. You could see a few of the buildings were free to the west of them. So I think that Wolves should very easily survive this transition. Unless they do a big fumble upon their own move. But yeah, there you have it, actually looking at their position. The smoke road's coming out. The main thorn in their side is going to be NG because look at Killer. He's making the cross over the road. A team that has really nothing to lose. Just to try and ruin it for other teams. We'll see how that's going to work out. Ventru, Incorporate, making the push forward. This has been a position where so many big breaches have happened in global tournaments, in particular BTR versus D+. And now it's going to be Ventru taking it up against the entirety of Team Entity. It's the trio, Hope, Ace, and Psycho. So far, they stand strong, defend their terrain. But it's going to be Wolves looking for the solo player. Killer was looking to upset the Wolves, but they were hungry. They were starving as they bite down on their enemies.
And a good push in that. But here we go. Ventru now turning their focus right on up to Entity. A very pressured position here. Let's see whether or not Entity can survive. A bit of a response back and forth, either which way the utilities go. Hope managing to tank quite a bit of damage there. And also negating quite a bit of that damage all at the same time. But Tonka very determined to send it all up top. But it looks like people have been up to something up on the top floor there. As there's so much utility deployed all over the place. It is peeling out the windows. But Ventru, they are going to run out of utility at some point, right? So they can't continue with this approach. At some point, they're going to have to send it in. And Hope now just looking to close it up. But it is absolute bloodshed across the way. Hope trying to hold on with everything they can. But not quite sure whether or not Ventru Inc. is going to allow too much of that continuity to come through here. As they already have 14 eliminations up. And they could now bounce back onto a full 3-piece.
Go on, Hope. Trying to get his teammate back up. It's going to take a moment. But Ventru, ooh, they have yet to make the ascent upstairs. That's going to be some good plays. The nades traded back and forth. The Molotov in particular really been able to spread. That's going to be a massive knock on. Actually, 2 players. So much value for just a single piece of utility. And this is going to be making them having to go for the push. Go on the assault in that fight. But Psycho just missing so many shots here. It's down to Hope. Sole survivor. Can he keep it going for his team? Can Team Entity look strong? The answer to that is no. Tonka getting the 1v2 and will keep his team in the conversation.
Absolute brutality coming in here.
That was a weird fight.
I mean, we did see... I mean, it's like... It's pretty crazy, right? The team's deciding to kind of just wake up, right? All the way on the second to last match, potentially here. And, I mean, I would love to have seen this pretty much be the flavor of the day, right? Teams kind of play with this aggression all the way through. But the one team that needs to not necessarily bring the aggression, but need to bring the tactics here is going to be the side of Wolf as they now start to focus over on that 9Z side, looking to at least create a bit of a pathway so they can move further forward. The zone is going to pressure them, and we still got 6 teams holding strong. Wolves trying everything they can think of to get that extra bit closer to a potential victory. A winner chicken dinner, but Cole with a beautiful hit. The nade just so accurate, on the money. The follow-up hits are there, and 9Z now pushing forward, helping to just alleviate the Alpha 4 Legend squad.
All good to see Slonic on the high ground position, but can 90 Global ruin it for 2 teams in a smash room back-to-back? They did it earlier to VIP on Erangel. They might be bringing the heat to the good old Wolves. Necessary, though, and to go for the quick wraparound. You did use the med kit to get back to 100% HP. They will not get anything significantly dealt to the enemies of 90 Global. And actually, Wolves has got such a good setup, DK. Generally, if they win this game, they smash to end the entire tournament. And they've got this sweeping option to the east. No one is going to be pintering their location. Apex and 90 Global kind of stuck fighting each other in these buildings. And the blue zone is forcing them to make a mistake, to push out in the open. The real threat to Wolves, I would say, would be Ventru Inc.
Nate, though, absolutely on the money, and we do say goodbye to 9Z. No more menacing angles from their side, but now it's going to be the Wolves looking to push on forward. If anything, they might regain a bit of a stand up to those standings. Apex, though, going to be the next one out. Oh, it is looking good, though.
Whoa.
Wolves,
Top 2.
one team between them and a potential victory. One nade could end the whole event right here, Max.
That's it. It's one solo player. Ventru Inc. The flush comes on through. Tonka out of the game too. Axel, the 1v3. Wolves looking to get a chicken dinner, looking to get the smash. And it's Axel. He's going to deny it out to the blue zone. And it will be a smash. And Wolves Esports will become your PMGO North America Season 1 2026 Grand Champions.
Absolutely crazy. What a turnaround here for the Wolves. The determination just paying off, and they come through and they steal the seat, right? VIP looked like it was going to be theirs. Wolves just absolutely relentless, holding strong, holding steady, blessing us with a smash finish. I mean, I just want to give them a big old round of applause, because that was absolutely crazy business. I love seeing that, right? It's just like, you know what? Well done it.
Yeah, it was so well executed, but it didn't really hit me until really the last few seconds of that game, the way it's happening. The circle setup is there, going for that sweeping motion over to the eastern side, making sure teams kind of in-fight each other, so they just pick up the stragglers, because again, elimination count doesn't matter at that point. All you need is to get yourself those 10 points for the chicken dinner, and you'll be good to go, and Wolves do it in style. And this is actually the second time, DK, that the Wolves organization get themselves a smash. Sure, in the past it was a different team, right, different layout of 4 players, but that is the second time they do get the smash, and I thought that they had that experience in the background with the organizational part of the organization, so they know how to make it work in their favor. And boy, oh boy, in a city finish, able to come out on top and smash in a proper city ending. It kind of pushed away up north, away from Valdemar, but I'm still going to count it as a city finish. What a statement that this team means business, and the invited team will officially be your champions. And not only that, we'll be representing North America on the PMGO Season 1 main event in Jakarta, Indonesia.
Absolutely crazy business, but well done to them, and I think a very well-deserved victory. I mean, they tried so hard, right? They came so close throughout the day, but eventually they were able to lock it in. And I think just looking at the way that they kind of paced themselves through this game, right? I'm surprised that they were able to pull it all together, right? Because they were right there in the town, right, alongside all the teams posing a threat to them that could upset this whole strategy. And they still somehow managed to make it through, managed to survive, and of course, at the end of the day, managed to steal the show as well.
I mean, the cool thing about Wolves is they never permitted center on the city.
Yeah.
I think if they went center super early, everything falls apart because you just get pincered by multiple teams that are just infighting each other, and then at that point you're down to, from a full squad down to a trio, down to a duo, down to one, and eventually get spotted by a full team, and your dream is done and dusted. Such a good game here for so many teams. Actually, one team I really want to send my respects to, my regards to, were Ventru Inc. They ruined it for VIP, almost could have ruined it for the likes of Wolves Esport. And they stepped up towards the very bitter end of the tournament, despite having some middling performances on the first 2 opening days. So Ventru and Resilience in particular, 2 teams that I want to highlight, as they did not give up until the very end here on that last game, still looking to get points on board. So that definitely does deserve a round of applause. As looking at the overall stats here, VT will be actually your lobby leaders with 17 eliminations. What the hell?
I mean, it is absolute insane performance, right? But you got to commend Ventru, right? This was a beautiful showing of the control that they do have, right? They have it. They've shown the capability. They showed that they can definitely do it when they decide to. And I mean, what an exciting match it was. Yes, was there a few moments of downtime? Was there not really all that much happening all across the board? Yeah, at points. But right at the end, the teams kind of just woke up and decided, you know what? This is it. Let's go. Let's see where we can take this to. And of course, we know what the final answer to that is. But I mean, even for a team like Ventru, just that final push that they brought in is going to change things with regards to the share that they get in the prize pool, as well as the amount of the PMGC points available to them.
Yeah, very important to keep in mind the PMGC points, which of course Wolves will be getting a big portion of those PMGC points for their roster, but every other team will also get a few of those, so they can go home knowing that their dream is not dead when it comes to making it to the global event for the second half of 2026. Though a few teams getting 0 points, should I say, here for VTC and RTP. Not quite what they were hoping for, as the MVP of the game will be Tonka. And really, when you get 8 eliminations, 8 knocks, over 1.3k damage, you deserve to be the bloody game MVP, brought to you by Infinix GT50 Pro. Cold mind, cold plays, definitely a good way to describe what was happening for Tonka. As overall, looking at Ventru playing the high ground position up north, able to just get a lot of intel, spraying teams down from a range. Good way, I would say literally the best way to play it, so a lot of respect deserved for those games.
Yeah, I mean, it was really great to watch, just to see, you know, all the skills that they were showcasing out on the battlefield. And I mean, I'm in absolute awe, right? Whether the team plays first place or placed somewhere else, it doesn't really matter, right? I still really appreciate and admire the capabilities that they've been able to bring onto this battlefield. It is just so much fun to watch. And I mean, what an impressive performance this was, right? You've already said it, 1300 damage, just so good. But of course, at the end of the day, we are going to take a look to see who is our big dog at the end of the show, right? Who is the MVP with the most? And it's Meng. Meng with 33 eliminations, 18 assists, and a whole bucket full of damage.
Meng. I mean, even back in the PMNCs, this guy was an absolute menace on the battleground. And you know what? He replicates that success here on the even bigger regional stage of PMGO North America. What an absolute legend. And he almost got caught up, actually, by the likes of ICT, even the FS quadruple 6, able to get himself up to 30 eliminations total. So a lot of players getting over the 30 elimination threshold in these grand finals. Of course, then you have Baton and Elementrix of Wolves, also 2 big names in the region. But at the end of the line, one thing that is interesting is the fact that ICT sure has 31 eliminations but only 8 assists, so really taking no prisoners in this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, that's very impressive, whichever way you look at it. Just, you know, holding strong, holding steady. And our final winner chicken dinner at hand here today. The one to seal it all. Going straight over to the side of Wolves. Resilience, you got to appreciate the aggression that they showed all the way back in Rondo. AFL bouncing back as well, trying to contest as strongly as they could, managing to secure themselves a few points along the way there. But Entity, 9Z Globant also just stepping up to the plate, right? And I mean, especially the performance that we saw from 9Z, I really appreciated that from their end. It's just a pity they waited until match 16 to showcase that.
it took a while for them to get in line with our, I think especially your initial expectations, right, DK? You were saying at the start of today, before the show even started, that, yeah, 9Z not really performing with the status of an invited team. But here we go, final check. And even if Wolves didn't smash, it would still be the smash. Just made it sure that we did not play that final match on Miramar. So well done, as our podium will include Wolves Esports, VIP, and Team Equinox. But Wolves being the only one to secure that slot to the PMGO main event Season 1 over in Jakarta, which is really what these teams were fighting for.
Yeah, and of course, ideally, you wanted to try and get yourself into the top 7, right? Because that's where you get the largest chunk of those PMGC points, right? So 60 points going out to the Wolves, 40 to second, and then it whittles its way down to where 7th place is with 10 points when it comes to the PMGC. So very exciting stuff coming through here for everybody. And you know, I'm pretty sure that Entity is going to be looking at the scores here and go like, oh man, one more point, just one single point. That's the difference between 7th and 8th.
Yeah, that's going to be the tiebreaker, right? It's the tiebreaker. It shatters hearts every single event, it feels like, but it's just how the rules be. Looking at the second half of the rankings, though, still off potential. One team that I am still... I talked about Region 8 a little bit, so I'm going to go on to a different team. Straight out of Nepal. I had also a lot of hope for this team to maybe not win the tournament. I think that was kind of a stretch, a big request I was kind of demanding from this team. I was hoping a top 5 to be in the cards for Sun, but 11th position, way lower than I think a lot of people, especially myself, were expecting. And a big outlier for Straight Out of Nepal is they only had 12 placement points out of 17 matches. That is an abysmal ratio to have. They need to increase that survival time in their future events they participate in.
Yeah, I mean, definitely there is some opportunity for teams to try and really look back on how this event went and, you know, try and identify a few things that they could maybe look to strengthen coming into that next season. But, I mean, a quick look at the head-to-head here, the Wolves versus VIP. Both teams doing an absolutely phenomenal job. Some pretty heavy bits of damage that they were able to contribute as well, right? Putting them on about 13 or 11 eliminations worth of damage. 3 chickens, though, going in favor of the Wolves versus the one for the side of VIP. But the damage here, Max. Wolves getting 100 points solely based on the amount of aggression they were able to bring on through. So that would have placed them in 9th place.
Yeah, would have been able to do so. But that is going to be it for our head-to-head of Wolves and VIP Esports. Good attempts from so many squads to try and hopefully claw their way back up the rankings, but the story is ended short by the domination of Wolves, our invited team. So that's going to be it then, of course, for all the information we had to cover here. Do keep in mind also the tournament, the PMGO, not only this PMGO, but the entirety of PMGO 2026 is brought to you by the Infinix GT50 Pro, which if you want to get your very own, scan the QR code on your screen and you will be instantly sent to the official Infinix website. So thank you very much to them for sponsoring the entirety of this event and also the events happening throughout 2026. But DK, it's been a very exciting bunch of matches coming our way here for the last few days. I didn't cover day 1, but I did cover yesterday with Niptura and today with you. And North America, sure, one thing that does need to be highlighted, right, is that the big names of the past, such as like especially Coops, for example, might not be here. But I'm telling you, you have players like Meng stepping up. You got Nico also. So many players that are now the new generation of North America. So I'm very hopeful for what this region has to offer in the future for the entirety of this year and the years to come.
Yeah, you said it. I mean, you know, Meng could be a Coops 2.0, right? Who knows?
Yeah.
Only time will tell. And if the focus and determination is there, I mean, you could really see some phenomenal things come out from this region. So I hope the region receives all the love and respect it needs and that it's earned so far, right? The players really doing hard work out here, trying everything they can to perform as well as they can. I know there's a lot of people with opinions about things, and you know what? It is what it is. Everybody did their absolute best and played their hardest. But at the end of the day, only one team can walk away with that qualifying slot. Only one team can be the one to represent the region, and it's going to be the Wolves.
Yeah, and actually talking about that, Wolves making it through, of course, invited team. Do you think coming out of the North American region, this is the best team that could represent the region to the best of their capabilities on the global scene?
It was the best team today.
Yeah, today. Yeah.
If it was tomorrow, could it have been a different situation? Sure, right. We could have seen VIP also step up to it. We could have seen Upgrade, because there were so many strong teams coming through here, right? Did they all have an opportunity to shine? Most of them did, right? But I think it all comes down to capitalizing on those available opportunities, right? Because realistically, everybody here had exam opportunity, and at the end of the day, the ones that go out and grab it and seize it, those are the ones that are the ones to walk away with the seat, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think it's necessarily about this team is better than that team. It's just this team had the opportunity, or they capitalized on the opportunity to secure more points. And that's what it boils down to.
It does come down to the wire for these teams, though. I'm going to follow up that initial question with another question, ADK, as we are getting ready to wrap up the show. Anything you would like to say or add before we do call it a day?
I just love to give a big shout out to all the players and teams that participated, not only in today's event, but also in the respective regions, right? It was very exciting to see all the action coming through from the NA scene. And of course, mad respect going out to the organizers, making everything possible, bringing all this excitement into the region itself. And best of luck to the Wolves moving forward onto that next step. I hope you make the region proud. I hope that there's some good lessons to be learned over there. And other than that, big shout out to my co-casters, right? Yourself and Neptura. You've helped in telling the amazing story that these teams have been bringing out onto the battlefield.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been an absolute pleasure here to come. For once, I do it very rarely, but to go to the other side of the pond here in the western region of North America. But no, thank you very much to UDK, to Neptura, to the production team, to the players, and especially to all of you at home watching the show. It wouldn't be the same without you. And also, thank you to our sponsor, Infinix, for making this tournament happen in the first place. Thanks so much for watching, everyone. Of course, do keep in mind that PMGO regional finals are not over just yet. We still have tomorrow the finals happening, the last day for Eastern Europe, Central Asia, Turkey, and also Western Europe. So do stay tuned for that. For those, do tune in. You do want to see which will be the regions to be represented on the global scene by which teams in particular. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll catch you guys very soon for some more PUBG Mobile esports action.
Poke your chest.